Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Newington Town Council special meeting of Saturday, March 25th, 2023. We'd like to call the meeting to order at 9:07. I apologize for the delay. We are having some technical issues. If you would please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. If we could do the roll call, please, Susan.
Oldcastle being the Newington. That's your jacket.
That's the old one.
That's why it's always here.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Budraco. Here. Councilor Camillo.
Here.
Councilor Donahue.
Here.
Councilor Menke.
Here.
Councilor Nagel.
Here.
Councilor Page.
Here.
Councilor Rada.
Here.
Mayor Delvino. Here.
Thank you. Everyone is present. We will continue on our agenda now to public participation. Any member of the public may participate. If you're in the Zoom application, raising your hand in the participation window will help us to know that you want to be recognized. If you are on Zoom, *9 will perform that function for you. And if you're in the room, you're welcome to come forward to the table up here, and just know that we ask that you state your name and address for the record, and we do limit public participation to 3 minutes. Does anyone have their hand up in the public participation window?
Lions.
All right, Ms. Lyons, you're welcome.
Hi, Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. I looked over the CIP budget from last year, from this year. Had a hard time with the font being so small, trying to compare what was on the proposed for this year and what's on the current CIP budget. I hope today, when you're going line by line, that you have some discussion around the table as to why the items are on there, why something that maybe was left off is back on or something like that. I noticed one thing that stood out was the Chapman Street Firehouse, and I thought that was on for last year, but I see it's on for this year, so I'm guessing that nothing was determined whether or not the building was going to be demolished, refurbished, or whatever. As some of you well know, I've been watching this for 12 years now, and over the years, the format has changed. The way the projects are decided upon to be put on the CIP list have changed. Years back, there was a subcommittee that discussed this budget for a couple of meetings, if not more, and that was the town manager's proposed, and then the town council or the subcommittee proposed their projects for the CIP budget. Things have changed so much over the years, even lump summing or putting it into one lump sum town building roof replacement and repair. I find it very hard to follow and very hard to figure out whether these projects ever were completed or not, because it's all in one big lump sum. Personally, I'd like to see it line by line, that they're going to do the high school roof or the library roof or whatever, but that's up to you. One thing that stands out in my mind is we are putting so much money into technology, and yet there's not a week that goes by that I don't see something on Facebook or have a problem myself with trying to navigate our town website. I would hope that somewhere, somehow, whether it be in the CIP budget or in ARPA funds or something like that, that you could get someone in to revamp the town website, get a webmaster or whatever they call it to oversee things, because it's hodgepodge. And I don't think it's just me. I don't think it's my age, and I don't think it's my lack of technical skills. I think that there's other people that are having the same problem. With that being said, have a wonderful morning. I look forward to hearing what's going on, and might still be with you by the end of the meeting and have something to say at the end as well. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons. The participation window with their hands up. Anyone else that wants to come up?
We have Ms. Yap.
Her hands up. Ms. Yap, welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'll be staying with you for your entire meeting. Anastasia Yap, 138 8th Street, Newington, Connecticut, Chairman of Finance on the Newington Board of Ed. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for sacrificing your Saturday morning. So I did have a finance meeting. Several Board of Ed members attended. I know the mayor attended as well. And I did just want to give you guys an update on the Board of Ed budget. We have re-looked at the budget and took all of your ideas into consideration, and we've cut it down significantly. We did look at electricity, oil, fuel, the art department, and we still have we're still over 5%. So one of the things that was discussed in our finance meeting was possibly not giving raises this year. That is something that has to go through contract negotiations. It's not decided, but we still are over. I do want to let you know that we do have a $2 million deficit. So that is one of the reasons why we need such a large increase. I also do want to let you know that I did speak to the superintendent, and I did tell her that the teachers should not be allowed any buy-aheads. So if you're not familiar with the buy-ahead program, basically the way it works is once you give the Board of Education their budget, if you don't give each department what they need, the teachers are allowed by a policy to buy ahead whatever they need, and they get reimbursement. That does put us in the hole in the negative, but the superintendent has assured me that she has told every department no more buy aheads. I am not on the policy committee, but I will be sending an email to let everyone know that I think that should change. I think there should be a limit to how much we are allowed to buy ahead, and the superintendent essentially is, on board with, maybe looking into that, because that is another reason why we have this deficit. There is no cap or limit on how much the teachers and others can buy. So I do want to let you know, thank you for all your hard work. We are working hard as well, and we've cut 146,000 from electricity. We've cut over 100,000 from different departments. I mean, we have done almost everything, and we still, because of our deficit of $2 million, are in the hole. So I'd ask that you take that into consideration to ensure that we at least can fill that gap so we can have something left over, and maybe we can have a joint meeting and just talk about, the buy ahead program, how we're going to try to get rid of that. And I was advised prior to me being on the Board of Education that the deficit used to be $4 million. So we've gotten it down to $2 million. The reasoning I was told was because they're not getting what they need, but we also do need to think about a way to do away with the buy ahead program. Again, I've looked through everything, utilities, we cut. I think the other day we cut about almost 500,000. It's just with the buy ahead program and the additional salaries, there's nowhere else to cut. And we will be getting back to the town council soon to let you know if we are going to possibly not have raises. Like I said, that's part of the contract negotiation. That's not our call. And that would save us additional money. I do want to make you aware that everyone did get a raise last year, and the admins did go from a 10 to 12-month contract, giving them a enormous salary increase. So they did get the salary increase and the raise last year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Yap.
You're welcome.
Thank you, because I am still applying group policy on my computer.
Oh, you're taking one.
Yeah. All right, so we are going to begin our lengthy agenda this morning with our consideration of old business departmental budget reviews. And with the first one this morning is our capital improvements plan. And Miss, I forgot remarks by counselors. I'm so sorry. Sorry, Janet. Any counselors care to remark on public participation? Mr. Camillo?
Well, the way the economy is and what's happening in the town, there's a lot of small businesses closing. More are leaving than are coming in, and that's statewide, nationwide. And probably 90% of the companies out there are looking to downsize employees. There are school systems real close to us that are doing the same thing. They're letting employees go. It's not a bad thing. It's good business. It may not look good in the public eye, but we are a business and we got to start looking that way. We're not here to make everybody feel good. If we were, this job wouldn't be so hard.
All right. Counselor Mankey?
Yeah, I just have a question about Anastasia Yap's statement that their Board of Ed's $2 million in the hole or in behind. I think
deficit.
I'd like to get an explanation of how you can have a budget that we set and then spend $2 million more than that. Because I'd like to know how to do that because I have a budget at home and I set it. And if we would go $2 million below, $200 below the budget, I need to know why happened. So I'd like to know how come they spent $2 million more than we budgeted for that now we have to make up this year. I thought the budget was you have that budget, that's the money you can spend for the year and then you figure out how to spend it. To be $2 million in the hole, I think is alarming. Now, maybe she misspoke or I misunderstood, but I'd like to get an explanation from the superintendent. So if someone could arrange for that, I would appreciate it.
Any other counselors? Deputy Mayor Bedrejko?
Yeah, I do, in response to Anastasia Yap's comments, I just want to say I do appreciate the fact that the Board of Ed did listen, I think, to all of our comments, particularly, going back and reviewing the utilities and the differences between the town and the Board of Ed for electricity and gas and whatever, and even the art department she mentioned. So I do appreciate their efforts and looking forward somewhat to see what the new proposal is, but I know, they're working as hard as we are.
Thank you. Counselor Rada?
Yes, first of all, just thank you to Ms. Lyons and Ms. Yap for their comments, and hopefully they will stick with us through today's budget process. I do have a question, and I guess that would, as Mr. Mankey mentioned, would be directed more toward Superintendent Brummett, because I hear that there's a question of whether there will or will not be raises this year, and that really is dependent upon the contract more than anything that we could ever do. And that's a question that I have is if it can be done and if it is in the process of being considered, and I'd like to hear from Dr. Brummett.
I want to know how come Councilor Rada, what she gets when she finishes, she gets music. I made a
Thank
statement.
you.
I made a statement and nobody played any music when I spoke.
But it's related to the library.
Oh, the library thing. I got you now. Okay.
In my head, I was hearing Richard Wagner.
There you go. Yeah.
Just so you know.
I just wanted to comment on some of what Ms. Yap mentioned. I did attend the finance meeting the other evening, and I wanted to thank Ms. Yap and the folks that were present and Dr. Brummett. They did really go through many items to really look for any savings they could find and discussed a number of different options. And in terms of the not going for raises, that was raised at the finance committee meeting. A couple of options were mentioned, which one was furlough days, one was voluntary furlough days, one was foregoing raises. So they did just kind of float a number of ideas. I don't know that that's been brought back to membership though, because as you mentioned, Councilor Rada, that would be more contract negotiation
Exactly.
and a vote by the union if they were really looking to go in that direction. So I know that was mentioned at finance committee. I don't know where it's gone, but we can get an update from Dr. Brummett on that for sure.
Great, thank you.
Yep. But I do appreciate the board looking at, that committee looking at a number of decreases to the budget, and they did come up with, I don't remember the exact amount, but it was close to $500,000, I believe, at that meeting in savings. So they're really trying to get down to the mark set by the town manager's budget that was proposed to us. So they're working really hard, and I do appreciate those efforts. Okay,
Mayor, can I just say one
yes.
thing? Thanks, Mayor. I didn't know we were going to get into this before I've had even one tea or cup of coffee. As I look at all the numbers, and that's a lot, and I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more today. We are going to hear a lot more today. It's my sense that the last few years of flat mill rate is catching up with us. And so we're gonna pay the price. The Board of Ed has been operating under the rate of inflation. We have been with our mill rates operating under the rate of inflation. And whether you want to call us a business, which we're not, or anything else as a government agency, the reality is if you run year after year after year under just the CPI, it's going to catch up with you. And so that's where we are today. And that's why we're going to see an increase in mill rate. So it's inescapable. And if you look at the last 30, 50, 80, 100 years, it's what happens on average every year. So rather than pretend it doesn't or close our ears and eyes and mouth and wish it doesn't, let's just engage the fact that it does happen and have realistic budgets every year accounting for inflation. And the people who get raises, those teachers and other staff who work for us and our government staff who work hard, they also have bills to pay. And so we may want to pretend that doesn't exist in a little bubble, but it does exist. It's reality, and we need to engage it like adults. Thanks, man.
I would just like to say that no one here recommended a lack of raises for teachers. No one at this table has mentioned that, and I'm not saying that we support that. We're looking for all of our staff to be taken care of equally. And that being said, we're looking for ways of cost savings so that it doesn't get passed on to the taxpayer every year, every time the mill rate is considered. We don't want it to go up every time. So those are just considerations that we take into account every year when we're looking at our budget. And we've been fortunate the last 3 years to have had methods that have allowed us and growth that have allowed us to maintain our mill rate. So this year, this budget does look a bit different, and that's why we're here today, right? We're going to hear all the ins and outs and see what we can do and if there are any savings to be had. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. All right, Mike.
Mill rate. When you lower the mill rate, it makes your town more attractive, and we would not have had $400 million worth of economic development, which starts kicking in another year and a half or so. If we raise the mill rate now, a couple of those projects may just say, I'm out of here. Even though they bought the property, they may not develop it. That's huge. And then we don't have the increased revenue. But the more attractive we are to other big companies is based on mill rate. And property values go up also. Most of the time with mill rate, but COVID screwed us this.
I'm going to just,
last
I want to
couple
remind
times.
everybody, this is remarks by counselors on public participation. So I want to try and keep focused
Mayor,
while we
thank you.
move
That's why I
forward.
raised my hand, because Mayor, I was going to ask if you could follow, which I know you said you were frustrated last time that we engaged in debate. in
Yep.
public, and I would ask that Councilor Camillo and myself and others not be allowed to continue the debate.
Debate, I'm just getting the rest of the information out
Second
there.
response, which is a
Okay.
debate, and I would ask that you stop through the mayor with all due respect.
All right, let's move on. I don't see any other hands up. We're going to continue on with our agenda, which is going to begin with our capital improvements program. Ms. Murphy, good morning.
After the CIP, I'm going to kind of answer something that Rose Lyons did mention. This is a 5-year plan, but you're only approving 1 year. We try to keep everything the same that we propose, but changes do happen. So when you're seeing new things come on and old things come off, that might be because we were able to do it in that fiscal year without having to put it in the next year, or we might have come to a different solution or something new came up. But generally, we do try to stick with the same, was the policy that we started setting, the same CIP for 5 years. We want them to really plan ahead. So I'll let you know that the original request totaled over $19 million. What you're seeing right now is a lot less than that. So it was a very difficult decision to go through these and decide what was priority and what was not priority. There were some things that were on there that we considered bonded projects because of their amount, and they did not stay on the request. So if you go into your CIP book, and go to table number 4.
And then we find it.
Number these pages.
3,
We should.
4.
Projects. You'll see in the first column what you guys approved last year. And then you'll see the second column, the 2023-24, is what we're proposing for next year's budget. You also see, as I said, the years we're trying to plan ahead in the following columns. The first item is revaluation. This one is we put the money in over the years, so when we're ready to do the reval again, we have it available for our vendor. The next one is the town beautification project. This was just put in place a couple of years ago. It's a lot of work that they're doing around town and the different projects. I believe Teresa Avery's is in charge of that one. The next one is the general property improvement for $125,000. Once again, this is something we put, sorry, go ahead.
Can you explain what that is?
Which one?
Beautification.
No, the town general property improvement or general property improvement.
We'll get, do you want to wait till the end so I go through all the general and then he can come up and answer your question? I'm just going to give you a brief overview and then I'll.
Town's not going anywhere.
He's not going.
Okay, I'm gonna mark it as.
Yeah. We got free scans. It's
Valid.
Okay.
Those dog collars on, he can't get out.
Yeah.
The next one is the town roof replacement and repairs, which I know he'll go through that too, for $300,000. Historic properties for $50,000. The fire storage building on Chapman Street for $185,000. I know Rose Lyons mentioned this, and I'll have Joe go through it a little more, but we put in the $185 last year when we were talking about just demolishing it. Now we're looking to maybe do something more. Town building mechanicals for $100,000. The town hall entry canopies for $100,000 this year. The generator at the senior center for $185,000.
No, entry.
I'm sorry.
Police department.
Sorry, that was $185,000. That's HVAC replacement for $185,000. The generator's $125,000. EOC construction for $500,000. The next one is Parks Garage. We're looking at possible solutions to what we plan to do with those two facilities. It's a weird number, 459,000, because I'm going to come back to you. If this gets approved, to close out some of the other projects we have to put in this to make it a full 500,000. Radio leases for 610,000, and the transfer to the technology fund for 450,000. And if you've got questions for Joe on this section.
Come on down. I have a question. All right, sorry. I keep forgetting to look and see whose hands are up.
No, I put my hand up. I did ask a question.
That's okay. Go ahead. You already kind of.
Okay, sorry. I have a couple questions.
Good morning.
Now that I got more questions that went on, so I can. General property improvements, what does that include?
So general property improvements is the fund that we utilize to take care of some emergency expenses and long-term projects that are coming due to be replaced. So we're not doing deferred maintenance anymore. We're trying to plan ahead. Some examples of projects that fall into that category are we're contributing to a stair replacement at Indian Hill. We're doing the ground maintenance garage, is getting overhead door modification. New equipment comes in, it's a larger size from where the doors can fit comfortably. So we're increasing headers, making the doors larger. We replaced fire doors at the ground garage as well. We're doing a siding repair there this year. We repainted the chapel, the office and the chapel at the West Cemetery there. Highway garage security cameras are getting upgraded. We are putting in an automatic door opener at the food pantry. We're doing some more modifications at the highway garage for their overhead doors as well. Those are the types of projects that.
So it's just generally a fund you keep in, and if something comes up that you need to fix a light bulb, or a light fixture or something, that's where you take it out of.
Larger items.
Larger projects, okay.
Yeah, I balance between operating budget and this to make sure that we're staying where we need to be.
And in the roof replacement, I see we spent $1.5 million last year. And now we just want 300,000 this year. What, do we know what roofs that,
So
those
that
include?
was- No, that account was pretty solid, you know, well, in the last couple of years, and since I've been here, we were able to chip off a lot of roof projects. So we did the, current roofs that are slated to be done out of that account are the police shoot house. We are doing the grounds garage, sign shop, police storage building. It's the larger of the barn that's in that complex. That roof's getting replaced. We are looking at doing some modifications to the structural skylight at the library. That glass solarium roof needs some attention. The highway garage is getting a new topsoil shed roof. Fire station number 1 is also getting some work done to their roof. Some of it's warranty, some of it's coming from this account. We did station 2 already. We did the NEMS building. We did the fire museum. The high school came out of that.
So this $300,000 should cover, I mean,
So we did the bulk of what we needed.
Yeah, last
year.
year.
I want to keep the account solvent, so we have the
so there's
funds.
always money in there in case we,
Correct.
okay,
Correct.
thank you.
We have some smaller outbuildings that we're gonna need to address, but the bulk of our roofs have been taken care of.
So then shouldn't this be posed out at 300,000 for the 20, not by there yet, but 24, 25 and 25, 26?
So I didn't put it out for multiple years because we want to reevaluate
Okay.
where we're at after next year.
But more than likely to come back to us next year and ask for,
We'll see. I think we're gonna be more in a maintenance mode at that point. I don't know that we're gonna have anything, and really, I think we talked about this in the past as well. We gotta determine whether we're gonna be funding that account for Board of Education buildings as well, or they're gonna fund that separately. So that's why, if that's the directive I'm given, then we may have to look at this differently. I'm not familiar with their condition of the roofs. I don't really, we got involved with the high school project, but moving forward, I was told, that we're not gonna CIP their roofs. So if that directive is different, then we'll have to adjust accordingly.
That's food for thought, yeah.
that's all I have for now.
Deputy Mayor Badreko?
Yeah, I guess I have some other questions though first. Back to the roof replacement. It looks like there still is around $260,000 in there. Balance. Okay, so yeah, it looks pretty solvent. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Piggyback on Ms. Lyons' questions. I know it was explained to us earlier about the fire storage building, but can you just explain the difference between, it was slated for demolition, but now some possible potential
If
plans?
you recall, last year, we had it labeled as demolition. I met with the fire chief, or the deputy chief that's in charge of the building aspect of the buildings. We kind of agreed that demo was probably the best route to go. Came in front of you guys, you had a little different plan, thought maybe it was salvageable. So we changed that to modifications to the building. I was involved in a meeting with the fire commission and the previous town manager where he requested a plan to be put in place for that building. I don't know that one has ever been presented or not. It could have, but I haven't seen it. I just thought it was imperative to continue to fund that because something's gonna be done with it and we're gonna need the money to do it. That's why I incorporated that.
Yeah, I do think it's prudent, so that'll give us, so that's gonna be added to the 185, so we'll have a balance, because again, was kind of a central focus point of the historic loop in Newington Junction. And given that fact that it is a historic property, which I know there's another account for, I think some destination-y type of things.
Town of Newington. It's not on a registry per se, but
But it would be a nice, well, it's another, conversation, but I know the loop was kind of centered around
Yeah.
that building.
and I got that, impression from you guys last year, so I thought it was important. So I guess
Great, so
continue
thank
to
you
fund
for
it.
including that in this year's. And then just I just noticed, not that it's a lot of money, but the town beautification project. It's,
That's not really Joe.
can I ask you?
That was put in a couple of years
Right.
ago by you guys.
Right.
No, exactly, but I noticed, it's 25, which we agreed to.
Yeah.
But there's 32,000 left in the balance, so did they not spend anything last year?
They did spend some. It's been like 2 years they've had it. And I can get back with Teresa and see where that is. Because she
Yeah,
was
I
the
mean,
one
if they're
kind of
not
on that.
spending, like, we were trying to gauge whether 25,000 was enough. But if they're not needing that much for what they think the proper efforts are for that project, then we don't want to fund it if they're not gonna need it or use it, so. We want to make sure we continue that project forward. I'm just saying if that's not the right amount, then we can,
Yeah, if they are either.
Yeah.
What they want to do, or if they got money to use next year, maybe before.
and if they have plans they want to share with us, just so we know what they're looking at, that would be great
Or
too.
maybe there's, through, both of you, and even you, Joe, I know it's put in the hands of the Economic Development Commission, but you go around town all the time, Eric goes around the time. Maybe you have needs.
I think she
Yeah.
was working more with Parks and Grounds.
But I think there were other departments that could have some input into that, quite
I
frankly.
just know that when she was doing, they were spending a lot of money, it was all through Parks and Grounds.
Yeah, if it can be expanded a little.
Or if other department heads, like you're saying, have other ideas of beautification plans around town.
Okay.
So I would like to see stuff at some of the major intersections,
Mhm.
but to make it look more inviting.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, Counselor Page?
Thanks, Mayor, and really to your point, Mayor, and to Councilor Bedrejko's, I don't know if it's premature to go to table 5, or are we gonna be doing that next?
We'll be doing that, you can go to table 5.
Just a general question that when we get to it, because it's sort of tied into table 4, I think, and the questions that were just raised, which is, can we at some point get a specific accounting on all the items in the far right column under general fund budget for 22, 23? Can we get a listing of what has actually been spent to date?
It was there, it's on your table.
I didn't see that.
It's on our table today.
Only because, oh, it's on the table. Okay, I
Yeah.
didn't see that.
Yeah.
Because my point, and we can, I guess, discuss that, which is to what extent can we claw back those monies so that we're then giving ourselves credit this year and handle that?
These all roll over, of course, so any balance there, it's not like the operational budget, or the CIP budgets. These balances roll over year after year until we formally close them.
Okay.
Because their projects can be years.
Right, just the thought is if those projects have not been either initiated or been put on hold, why don't we move those monies?
We have reviewed those with most of the department heads. That's kind of why I told you that money that's on the highway parks garage, we'd be adding to it. Because we saw 2 or 3 projects that, actually the highway had, that we can close and move over.
Okay, thank you.
I would just point out to the Council Page, some of these, we let the money accrue in these funds until we have enough money to do the project. So if we have a project,
Big hit in 1 year.
if we have a project that's $500,000, we put 100,000 in each month, each year, and then at the end, we use the money. So just because there's a balance, not necessarily doesn't mean there's a balance that's not being used. We just maybe accruing the money to finish up.
Fair enough, and not knowing enough about how these projects are managed, initiated, managed, and completed, this may be an errant comment, but given all the staff turnover we've had, and given the number of projects that are on the fire, if we don't either have the staffing or the consultants that I know in the past, previous administrations have been reluctant to pay for, does it make sense to hold those monies? But Councilor Mankey's point's well taken, but does it make sense to hold those in abeyance when we're in such a squeeze right now? That's all
one
I'm
of the
saying.
considerations.
And
we
I get
made.
saving, that makes sense for
We
the
had a
future.
$19 million request. Like, we don't have an engineer right now.
Right,
So some of the stuff Gary
So-
gave us, there's nobody to run, so we took some of those
Right.
out, yeah.
so thank you, and I'd like
That
to
was one of
learn
part of the
more
cons-
about that.
Yeah, that was
Right.
one of the considerations we took when we went through the list.
All right, perfect, thank you so much, thank you.
Anyone else? No? All right, we'll keep going. Feels like I'm out.
I have one more.
No, I don't think you're good. You already did yours.
Almost made it.
You have another question now?
Yep.
Okay.
Highway garage. It's really due to be replaced before any other building really now, even schools, it's falling apart. They're owed a new building. They really are. I wouldn't work in that building. It's something to look at. Plus, we've got roads too. Is that in here? I didn't see it. Well, I know the roads isn't his, but
We're gonna get to that section, we're just going through this page.
okay, but the highway garage is his.
Yeah, that's on this page.
And,
There is a
and well,
line
there's
item.
nothing really there going towards a new building, and it really, should be looked at.
Preliminary look at what we want to do and potentially
Mhm.
look at doing some architectural designs and stuff. It's the first step.
Because we've got the library and we've got the highway garage. Those are really important.
Understood. You know, you can see that it was proposed $2 million in years,
Yep.
in the next following years. You know, I proposed $2 million across the board. You know, Janet and James have the difficult decision to narrowing down the 19 to where it is today, so I respect that. But yes, it is on, you know, on my mind. It is all of our minds, actually. You know, we have lengthy conversations about it all the time.
Or as attracting future employees. It's like, hey, everybody else has got an up-to-date highway department if you go around the surrounding towns, except for Weathersfield. But
Yeah, understood. And that's, you know, some of the funds from the general property improvement will be utilized, you know, to take care of some of the lower hanging fruit in those, at those buildings. The
Right.
things that we need to, things that we've identified, that I've identified with Rob and Clay, that are the most important, you know, we'll proceed accordingly. We'll use the funds to make sure that the working environment there for them is where it needs to be. But the long picture is, yes, to replace the buildings. Most likely in the locations that they're currently at, unless we deem another location better.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just a further question on highway garage then, just so I'm clear. We're putting in this budget 459,000 and Janet, you're telling me you're gonna find
41,000.
44,000.
Yep.
from these funds that are closed out that haven't been used, we're gonna take that money and put it here, so it'll be 500,000.
The goal with that is probably to create a building or use the building committee once it's established and get an architect on board and start the planning process for those buildings.
And I'm aware probably the highway garage is not one of the more noticeable buildings in town, because probably half the town doesn't know where it is, and I've been to it 3 or 4 times, but only because for other reasons, but it's not probably one of the premier places where people are gonna see but it's something that it's how old is it at this point?
It's old.
Yeah.
The last 20 years.
It's critical infrastructure for the town, and
Right.
really we have to address it, you know, sooner than later. Rob and his guys, you know, they make do with what they have. They work very hard, you know, and it's not always easy. Since I've been here, I've tried to accommodate and make whatever they need to make it better for them as I can. But we're getting up against it, and you know, the types of services that they provide in that building is becoming harder and harder. You know, we're gonna spend a fair amount of money updating and enlarging some doors because our equipment can't get into the building anymore.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's just, you know, you're gonna throwing good money after bad, you know, so it's
Right.
something that we really have to address.
And this has been something I know on the agenda to do since before I got here.
Yep.
Well, and it's one of those things we just, you know, it's like my shed in the yard. Nobody sees it, so it just falls apart. And nobody sees the highway garage. They see other places in town that have, you know, the big name and the seal on it and all those things, but they don't see a garage.
I should say constantly. We've done a lot of electrical modifications in the building to make it more suitable. Exhaust fan for the welding shop, you know, the right power in the right places where they need it so they can do their job more efficiently and safely. So it's a lot of those little things that no one sees that need to really be addressed.
I would think this would be a tough replacement, because you can't just build a new one where the old one was, because then all the trucks are out. There's nobody, so you have to build it someplace else on the property.
You almost have to do it in phases. You know, the critical function of the garage is the vehicle maintenance, so you can't really interrupt that. So you almost do a vehicle maintenance garage first, moving them out, and then you can kind of look at the storage and then the offices after. But yes, it's planning, coordination, and the project.
I mean, even the town hall, we were able to keep the old town hall, build a new one, and then just move over, but you can't really do that here because
We don't have.
I don't think there's that much room to build a new one, right?
It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be tricky. It's gonna be a challenge, but I think, you know, if we have to
On
use.
top of it, because it scared the hell out of me.
Counselor Rada?
Yeah, Joe, I think you just answered the question that I had, which was where that 500,000 will be allocated for the, in terms of highway and parks garage.
Yeah, I want to start with architectural services. We need to get an architect on board, and a designer, an engineer, to look at the land, the building, the space we have there at that parcel, and come up with a plan or a way we can design where we sit to make it work for us.
And this may be a little off track, but if we're talking about location and space, will there be any conversation about an alternative or an adjunct space?
For me to answer, if there's other space, that.
Just throwing it out there.
Rob and I and a couple others have viewed other Public Works Department garages that have recently been built in other communities to get ideas, see how they had what their challenges were and how they overcame them. So we started the process.
Okay, just a question as to whether or not that thought is circulating anywhere, that there, especially when you're saying, and we know that you can't build on the spot where you're continuing to need to work, so it's tricky.
The land that are available, and whether they're purchased by us or not is not, that's kind of up to you guys.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Councilman Mankey?
I have one more question, I promise.
I just said to him, we're on page 1.
I'm sorry. It's like the mayor has chastised me for asking too many questions. The first time in my life I've ever been
So we should
chastised
be done by the end.
for asking.
Oh, don't
Yeah,
even
next
say
year.
that.
Just a quick question, the town hall entry canopies. As I recall, these were things we were gonna put in the town hall originally, and then we just never got to it. And I know the one by Human Services, you open the door and you're right there in the building. So these are gonna go up sort of over this entrance and this entrance?
So Human Services is one of the locations where we'll put a canopy. It probably will not be enclosed glass like here. It'll be a different type of structure that kind of matches maybe closer to the Park and Rec side where it's a metal flatter canopy, but get that rain away from the doors and the weather away from the doors. And the other canopy that I want to address or install is the one over the emergency stairs at the gymnasium.
Gymnasium. Okay, that's, I was worried about that. Okay, thank you. That'll keep all the snow off, well, hopefully.
It helps, yes.
It'll help.
We can do, there's a couple things we can do there to make it, with modular sides for the winter and then open air for the summer. So it'll keep costs down and accomplish the goal.
One more.
Councilman Camilla?
The municipal lot in the center of town. That really should be under you and the highway department. I saw that pavilion that was put up that we had talked about when Keith was here, and you wouldn't put your lawnmower under it. And we should look at that. And I believe the town and highway should handle that, not Parks and Rec. And then future, put that in CIP too. There should be a canopy there, a nice pavilion of some sort.
I don't want to speak for Bill or Parks and Rec, but I believe there is a plan to put more of a permanent structure gazebo there. What was there was temporary to my knowledge, and they were looking at putting a concrete slab and then doing a larger gazebo. Whether that's permanent or that's their ultimate goal, I can't answer that.
Some of these should be taken care of by the town. So it's something to look into in the future too. Because it's more of, looks like somebody wants to rent it rather than let the public use it. So.
I will address that. I actually had the conversation with Mr. DeMayo regarding that project. He did indicate that he was looking to move forward with a slab on that, and I indicated to them that was a permanent upgrade at a municipal parking lot, not a park,
Right.
which they are under the control of the Parks and Rec Board. And that would also require it to come through this council as an 824 referral to TPZ to place that there as well. So that's not something that's moving forward, but
Okay,
it is still in a temporary structure form.
right. Keith and I had talked about it when we originally got the bands to come in. I guess there might have been money for COVID because it got people outside. So the ARPA grant, I'm not sure, but
Funding from ARPA grant for some tables and things over there during the summer series.
We used it for the tents and we used it for some of the entertainment.
Correct.
okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we can go home now?
Really leave now?
Run while you can, Joe.
I think we're done, right?
Yeah.
Page one. Page one.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
You too, thank you. Now it went dead. I signed it and it went dead.
You flip to the next page. This is public safety. There's 40,000 for the radio replacement reserve. This is offset by the money that we've taken for the power rental. The Patrol car dashboard cameras. These are cameras that are required by state mandate again, and we purchased the original ones in 2015, so they're ready for replacement. This is one of those circumstances when the chief came to us and said, I have to replace him this year, which was fine, but we noticed he hadn't been building up the money to replace him for the next time. So when you look in the 5 years, this is one of those instances where we've added something to make sure we're not getting a one-time hit like this again, that we're spreading it out over the replacement cycle. The next is the personal protective equipment for the fire department. There's been significant increases in the cost of these, and it is now up to 100,000. I know in the past it was 85 last year, but they're really seeing an increase in all their costs on this. Company one, energy efficient radiant heat system bay for 73,000. This was originally asked for 80,000, but we noticed they had started asking for the project in prior years. And they still had 7,000 left, so we transferred. We plan on adding the 73 to get to the 80. And their last item is a fire department environmental security and power management upgrade. From what the description says on this one, it's a fixed equipment for each firehouse for temperature monitoring and control, generator and transfer switch monitoring device, and exterior interior camera monitoring for all firehouses for added security. And those were all of them that we had under public safety.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Draco.
Yes, Janet, regarding the police patrol dashboard cameras, I know there's nothing in the balance because it was a state mandate. I know this is probably a silly question, but as a state mandate for that significant amount, are we getting any reimbursement?
There's no reimbursement for that. It's kind of like when they said we had to get the body cameras. When you originally have to get them, they give you money, but when you have to replace them like this,
You're on your own.
you're on your own.
Okay, that's something maybe to address with our state legislators at some point. Thank you.
Just a quick question on the fire company one and energy efficient radiant heat and the environmental security. Are those installed by the fire department or by Joe's department?
That would be the fire department. Anything under their CIP, those are their buildings. So they take care of getting all the maintenance on their buildings or upgrades.
Thank you.
They can, and they have in the past asked.
Right.
But unless they do, it doesn't fall under Joe.
Okay.
Councilor Camillo?
Talking about public safety, is there extra money for the police department to help with recruiting?
We have been doing things that's not in this budget, that's in the operational budget.
Mhm.
We have been doing different programs to incentivize, working with the chief.
Because we,
We did a sign-on bonus that I know that he put in place. We've done some other things outside of contract to make things more attractive.
have we looked at the contract, moving it back to 20 years instead of the 25 right now? No.
We have not, we're not, that would be opening up the whole contract as it is. We've only done addendums of things that aren't already. And they're not open to contract negotiations for
'Cause
several
that's-
years.
That's why we're sort of having an exit.
It's not just us.
CIP right now. That's really a very different topic. I'm trying to keep us on track. I don't disagree with your comments. And I think it is a conversation that we need to have, but maybe not during CIP. Because I think the chief would want to weigh in on that perhaps. I think we should probably consider that piece, get his input on it. Because I think it is an issue. We're seeing for sure. I know what you're saying, Councilor Camillo, but
And
yeah,
all towns.
that's not really you to.
Yeah, all towns. Sorry to say.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, we thank Turco for that.
Anything else on public safety? No? We're good.
We're gonna go over to Public Works Engineering. The first item is the matching grant for 150,000. We do have a balance in there. I will get back to you. I was trying to find my notes from Gary before he left regarding all the ones that the balance is for. I can tell you 250,000 of it is for the EOC, whatever's in there. And then he had several other grants matching. But this 150 is to continue, if we get any low step or steep grants, to have the matching funds available. Local bridge and dam inspection and maintenance for 75,000. Road resurfacing for 1.5 million. So Rob will mention this when he comes up here, but I'll tell you that the contract came in higher. So you have your proposed list that's in the CIP book. It's going to be tough to get that done without some juggling around or for additional funds.
Yeah, I've been hearing that too. Yeah.
Sidewalk pavers and curb maintenance and repair, or remove or replace. We put this all in one. That's 75,000. Sidewalk improvements are 100,000. Gary started and did, even before he left, a lot of work on some sidewalks, and he has other projects sitting out there to be completed.
Oh, wait, I'm confused. No, the 100,000 is for Elm Hill, right?
I'm sorry, sidewalks pavers was 75. The Elm Hill Business District streetscape is 100,000.
Got it.
Sorry, I lose my place on these.
Just to clarify briefly, so the town takes full responsibility for replacing all sidewalks and repairing them? Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Tim, did you have a question too?
I just had a quick question on what was the question on now? Local bridge and dam inspections. You put 75,000 in, but I see we have a balance of 171,000.
Yeah.
So is that because this is one of those things we're building up?
We're building up to do the repairs if we have to, along with the inspections. So
Okay.
this is.
So if we had to
do the
replace a bridge over, I don't know, whatever.
Smaller ones that we're kind of responsible for, the bigger ones.
It's fun, even though it says inspections, it's replacement too. Okay, thank you. It should be me, okay.
Deputy Mayor Draco, you have
We did have it down there, just so you know. Gary did some really nice work on this before he left, the notes he put down. Inspect and maintain bridges and culverts in the town. Inspect 11 town-owned structures that are less than 20 feet long, not inspected by DOT. 6 town-owned structures that are over 20 feet long are inspected every 2 years by DOT, and maintain all 17 town-owned structures are recommended by the town or the.
So if we had to replace the bridge out here over the brook, that the money would come out of this 171? Okay.
If we had to maintain it until we could build it up, that's where this would come out of. He did have down focus projects as Coles Avenue over Schoolhouse Brook, remove sediment from 3 CMP culverts and install a cured in place liner to prevent the need for replacing the culverts.
Good, thank you.
All right. So I was down to Elm Hill.
Did you have a question?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I don't know whether we should be waiting till the end of the presentation. Maybe it's better to let Janet
Yeah,
go
well,
through.
Get through
line
this
by line,
table.
Rather than interrupting her in the middle of a
Perfect.
presentation. Good idea.
Yeah.
It was Elm Hill Business District streetscape for 100,000. He has that out there for 100,000 for the next 5 years. Public building resurfacing program for 50,000. Drainage maintenance for 50,000. Sidewalk curb ramps. This is new this year. This is 75,000. I'll let Rob describe this one too, but I know it's an additional cost when they've been doing the roads to do these ramps on the side. That was causing some overages whenever they were doing roads. Flood control system dredging for 100,000. This is new this year. It's building up the fund to be able to do several area dredging. Road improvements for 100,000. Garfield Street sidewalk crosswalk improvements for 200,000. Camp Avenue road resurfacing for 125,000. And the traffic signal repair and replacement for 165,000.
Deputy Mayor Draco.
Good morning, everyone.
Okay, I've got a few questions. I just noticed under the sidewalk pavers, curbs, whatever, it was 300,000 last year. And not this year, but years going forward are 475,000, but it is, this year it's only 75,000. That's a significant.
We looked at and cut it down. We don't have a town engineer to try to do all the projects.
Okay.
we didn't put the money in there. There's several, as I said, sidewalk projects outstanding that have been started and probably will be done during the spring and the summer, hopefully.
Okay, so we have a balance probably in that, okay. Secondly, the Camp Avenue Road resurfacing, I know that was there is, residents are on both sides of that.
So Gary did have a firm come in and do an analysis of Camp Ave to see what could be done. And there are quite a few options. Obviously, it's up to the council to choose what they want to do, but the widening of both sides of Camp Ave, we're talking almost $750,000, which is pretty much half of our road resurfacing budget. If we were to do a simple mill and pave and keeping the road at 24 feet, which I believe it is, you're looking at somewhere between $125,000 and $150,000. Now, this is something I would prefer an engineer to review. I can basically give you the numbers as to what it would cost. And like I said, you're talking anywhere between $150,000 to $750,000 with 4 different options: widening the entire road, widening the north side or the south side, or just a simple mill and pave. Now, if we decide to widen the road, as I'm sure you all know, it's been discussed, there's going to be interruptions to a lot of properties, changing the grades of front lawns, moving stone walls, moving trees, taking probably 4 feet of frontage from almost each property, moving utility poles, possibly moving fire hydrants and other utilities. It's going to be a very involved project. It could probably take the majority of the summer. And if we choose to mill and pave, that would be as simple as we do with most of our roads. But what I would urge the council to do, and hopefully we can get an engineer on staff to get his input to, is that road is deteriorating quickly. And if we do not act within a year or two, you might be talking about a reconstruction anyways. So then if you do a reconstruction, you might as well, I hate to say, you might as well widen it. So it's up to the council what they choose to do, but it's a lot more than just a simple
Well, I know ultimately it'll be up to the council, but I would hope that once you get the engineer or the study in, that maybe you can have a neighborhood meeting or a street meeting to just, because they came out, a significant number of people came out or wrote letters and explained what the options are or whatever, but the neighborhood or that street needs to be involved and at least communicated with, because I'd hate to have bulldozers or whatever out there and people are saying, what the heck? They said that they were going to get back to us and never did. Okay.
No, I think public outreach is definitely important with the amount of how many residents were vocal in the meetings in the past.
And not just a letter that says this is what we're going to do, but just have a meeting to explain what the options are and why the decision was made. The third, the Garfield Street sidewalk, that was part of an original grant, wasn't it? The Garfield.
This is it's not grant funded.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then all this dredging and the drainage and whatever, given the fact that the rain we've been getting the past couple of years has been a lot more significant than the snow. I mean, I've got to believe these are priority projects for those people in the neighborhoods.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of these projects, or maintenance, I should say, before Gary got here, kind of went by the wayside. And Gary was very proactive in getting a lot of the drainage work done. And we've solved some problems for some residents, but this is something that needs to stay on the docket, so to speak, on a regular basis. We've been more active in the Piper Brook area and cleaning the waterways there because we have a new tractor, which has been very helpful in doing that. But yeah, it's very important, and because it's true, we're getting these storms that are, instead of small rainstorms, we're getting these 3 and 4 and 5 inch storms that are affecting a lot of residents. So as far as us keeping up with the maintenance is the most important part.
Okay, so that's a priority for you.
Yeah, actually, that most of that work is done by a contractor. Unfortunately, we don't have all the equipment to get into some of these waterways. You need the bigger excavators and the Ackermans and things like that. So Gary, our previous town manager, he managed most of that. The smaller areas that we could get into, we would take care of with our backhoes and stuff like that. But Gary was the one who spearheaded most of that. Yeah.
Thank you.
And just to let you know, for the dredging project, he did what projects he was looking at. And as I said, he originally wanted to just do it all in 1 year, and we kind of spread it out on him. is maintain certification of the South Branch Park River flood control system in Newington, West Hartford, and Hartford. So this is going to be more when you get an engineer on board to coordinate with all the towns doing some of this and reduce the financial impact of urban flooding.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Counselor Camilla? Oh, I'm sorry, Carol.
Going back to camp, when was it zero? Do you know? And why?
I do not know. That was something that Gary was looking into, and I'm not even sure if that was in
That was under Mr. Chapman's first tour of duty.
the,
And it was because the Fafner plant wouldn't release, there was too much traffic going through there, and the residence has to be narrowed to quiet the traffic.
Because I don't understand, the telephone poles are still in the original location,
They are.
and so are the fire hydrants, so I don't
They are.
understand why those need to be moved.
well, one of the issues becomes a safety issue, those utility poles, and I'm not.
I know, I
no,
understand that, but if it was back to where the
Right.
original width was,
Right.
you probably wouldn't have to interrupt.
The one issue that I would see from a maintenance standpoint is, one, might sound simple, but we are using different plows on our vehicles nowadays, and they hang over almost 3 feet. So now if the plow driver were to get as close to the curb as he could, he does have the potential to hit a utility pole. So that's the only, from my standpoint, that's what
Have changed
a safety issue.
Because I know the Coolidge is narrow now, too.
Yes,
A lot of those little
Yes.
streets, my street is wide now.
yes, yeah,
So, I was just curious why, because I know, I live in that neighborhood and people are constantly complaining that emergency vehicles cannot get through
yes.
on
No,
that street.
I know the no parking has helped out a little bit,
Yes.
but I know it's also upset some residents as well in the process, so. But yeah, I honestly, it's what you guys choose to do, but it does need to be acted upon soon, I would say, I would recommend.
Counselor Camilla?
Back to the flood control. Army Corps of Engineers, are they involved at all?
I do not know. I know they were in the past.
Right.
But that would be something for the town engineer. I honestly don't, I couldn't answer that question.
Okay, or someone to reach out to them and see if there's a plan that we don't know about.
I think last time they, well, as far as Piper Brook goes, that's all I can speak to.
Years ago.
Yeah, the last time they dredged.
Right.
I want to say they kind of almost washed their hands of it and left it up to municipalities to maintain. And unfortunately, we've been doing the minimum. And that's why Gary had some significant amount of funding in there to do some more work to the banks and whatnot.
Would they help with dams if we have a few that need help?
I couldn't speak to that.
Okay.
Counselor Page?
Thanks, Mayor. Can you please forward to the council the report that details the $700,000+ widening project?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Counselor Nagel?
Thank you. First, just a general statement. I wish some people could please speak up more. I can hear some of what you're saying. Some of you I can't see, so I can't read your lips. I have high-powered hearing aids in, but it's still becoming a problem for me. That's why I've been remiss from saying anything at the moment. I've been too busy trying to catch up. And then also to the point earlier on that we've kind of been roaming off of the thing at hand, and that confuses the matter even more, at least for me and for the rest of us. We'll be here until 3 this afternoon, if indeed we keep wandering and not stay on subject. I have a few questions. If you've answered them and for some reason it just got lost, for me, forgive me, but clarify it. A general statement of the funds that you have mentioned here for the different projects, which ones are, I know some are state mandated, which ones are matching grant things, if any of them are? Which compels us to put the monies in no matter what?
The matching grant, there's just one fund for the matching grant that we have on here, one account. And I'm gonna get back to you guys with a full list of what the balance is meant for.
Okay.
It's Gary gave me a full list and unfortunately the notes are somewhere upstairs on my desk.
Okay.
But I can tell you of the balances there right now, 250,000 of that is the matching grant for the EOC. There's a couple other low SIP and steep grants that I know he has that use the matching grant, and the 150 that we plan for next year are for any future grants that he should get or we should get through our grant writer that we need to match.
Thank you. Alumni Road, the improvements go beyond what? I know I've conversed, I don't know if I've done it, we've done it in a meeting or not about this, but I just want to clarify what those improvements are for Alumni Road. It's not that I'm against it at all, but just what specifically are for the funds that we're proposing here?
So the intention of the project is to eliminate the gate on Alumni Road. And as Alumni Road approaches Cedar, it is to put an island in there, so you would have a right in and a right out only out of Alumni. So you can no longer be able to take a left out of Alumni, and you no longer be able to take a left into Alumni as you're heading east on Cedar Street to alleviate some of the cross traffic there.
I know indeed, and when we do this, that the public really needs to be told time and time again that this is the situation is going to be. The Garfield Street improvements, how far does the sidewalk go up and whatever? I know I've asked this question before, but just to clarify, is it the sidewalks? Is it the road?
I believe this is strictly for this, once again, this would be for Gary, but we did speak about, so this would be to continue the sidewalks that are on the north side of Garfield Street. So from, basically, my understanding is from Robbins all the way up to Main Street, is to make those.
That whole, and it's just the sidewalks.
It does have the note down here, complete sidewalk network of Garfield Street, connect Main Street and Willard Avenue via the sidewalks through Mill Pond Park.
That's another thing that I think people need to be clarified about. And I think you've clarified about, we don't know with the Camp Road resurfacing. No, that has not been determined yet because of, I know controversy with Camp. I know we talked about it just a few minutes ago more, but what do you plan on doing with those monies? Or are they just there when a decision is made? And I realize it needs to be made sooner rather than later.
I think that was just, the intention of that was for the study, and that was if we had planned to mill and overlay. So the money was there so that if we decided to act on it, we could, if we want to continue with the road as part of the road resurfacing program.
Just the remilling?
That would be the milling and the paving.
Okay, it wouldn't include if something else had to be done with it?
No, that would be another conversation. So that would have to be much more significant amount more of funding would have to be put in there.
Okay, would that funding be asked for in a subsequent year as opposed to this?
I would think, because it's urgent that we, and I'm sorry I said it a couple of times, but it is urgent that we do make a decision on that, I would recommend that if the council chooses to do something more than mill and pave it, that we do next year and the funding be allocated at that point.
Okay, thank you. That catches me up on some things, clarifies for me.
Oops. I think we're all set. We can keep going.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Rob could probably talk about the road resurfacing I told you to mention to you.
Okay.
So unfortunately, the state bid for paving comes out after the CIP requests are put in. And as I was talking to Tilcon, the asphalt prices were waiting for a time so they could kind of get back to a normal, a reset, basically. And unfortunately, this is the year they chose for a reset. And we saw just the price in asphalt go up almost 30%.
Wow.
So what that means is typically what we do as a town is we budget $13.50 per square yard for our roads. With the increase in the cost of asphalt and some of the other components that go into it, such as the milling and drainage and catch basins and whatnot, we're looking more of $18.50 per square yard for our milling, for our road reconstruction program, which is almost a 35% increase. Now, one option is to continue with what we have here, the $1.5 million. And what that would mean is that we'd only be able to do 4.8 miles of road this year. I know that the council had decided last year to accelerate the program a little bit and try to get 6 to 7 miles of road done per year, so we could get back on our 5 mile per year recommended program to get to every road within a 20-year time frame. If the council chooses to do the full complement of roads this year, we're looking at an additional almost $600,000 to be allocated to do the entire list of 6.7 miles of road.
The 1,500,000.
Yes.
So 600,000 you said?
An additional 600,000, yes.
And the list of roads, just so you know, is in your CIP book. It's Appendix C1.
And this was to catch up, yes.
Yes,
Yes.
this was, Gary had an excellent plan laid out. He started with what he called a neighborhood concept. In years past, we were bouncing around all over town. And Gary has a great plan for the next, at least 5 years was what and it's a fantastic plan. We're in neighborhoods. We're actually saving money because we're doing less moving, because anytime the paver has to move or the miller has to move, it's $1,000 every time it has to move over 1,500 feet. Yeah, so there's added costs involved with that. So he did a great job in that. And one of the problems that we run into, Janet and I saw it last year, was there's a component of asphalt, the liquid asphalt, which is closely tied to the price of oil. So when we saw oil increase last year, the cost of asphalt per ton actually went up almost $14, which is something we account for 10%. And when it goes up that much, we were scrambling at year's end to try and basically get the bills paid. So I don't know that is going to happen this year. That we don't know. That literally changes from week to week. It's called escalation. It's factored into the bid so that the contractor and the towns are protected as oil fluctuates. So I do have in there the additional 10% to allocate for the escalation. But once again, we don't pave until June, July, August. I'm sorry, July, August, September. And no one can forecast what the price of oil is going to be. So escalation may be minimal, or escalation may go up to $12 a ton. And now we're talking almost $100 a ton for asphalt. So I know it's a difficult decision. 5 years, 5 miles of road is still better than what we've done in the past. In the past, we were averaging 3 to 3.5 miles of road. So it's still a good program with 5 miles, but if the council chooses to go with that, continue with the accelerated program, we're looking at almost $600,000. But sorry,
Don't we fall further behind?
we would, yes. I would say only for a year or two, because we could make that up. You know, we could accelerate that. So you're looking at a year, and any roads that were taken off this year's list, it's not that they would be cut and revisited another time. They would be put on for the following. So then, you know, you'd have those roads, maybe 2 or 3 miles of roads that we pushed up, continue to be pushed off until we get back onto this 7 miles of road per year. So it is a difficult decision, I understand. But it's still a very good program that what we have here. But my recommendation to continue to stay on the to get back on track would be to try to do the full complement.
Deputy Mayor Badrego.
I'm sorry, so with this budget of 1,500,000, we'd anticipate getting at least 5 miles of road, but if we add the 600,000, we'll get what?
We would do the full complement, which is about almost 7 miles, 6.75.
75, okay, thank you.
Council Rada?
Yeah, again, talking about the roads. If we do back up to 5 miles, then we have no idea how prices are going to increase, decrease, probably not decrease. So then we're thinking, as we move ahead and try to catch up, are we really going to, I mean, this is not on you, but it's what I'm thinking is that in the long run, if we back down to 5 miles per road or per year, we're going to be playing catch up and it's going to be costing us more money over time.
Yeah, just to put that in that your point in, this year, the estimated cost is about $85. Last year was 72. The previous year was 66. So, I mean, you're seeing the price of asphalt continually to go up.
And the wars don't help.
Yeah, so we're seeing over 100 and then, yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, they did what they call the reset this year. So I couldn't tell you next year, if the price of oil goes up, I mean, you can see the price of asphalt go up again too. So, yeah, so you're right. We might run into a bigger problem next year. I don't know.
Thanks.
Council Mankey?
Just to clarify, what were we, 5 miles of roads is better than we were doing in the past, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so in the past, how many were we doing? I think 3.8?
We were averaging like 3.5, 3.8. Yeah, there were
So
some years.
already escalated that, and I think that part of the way you do it by neighborhoods makes sense. I know when you did my neighborhood, it was like every road was torn up, but it all the machines were there, so it just kind of went around the corner and did the next one, and it made it simpler. So I just applaud you for the fact that you could, this plan makes sense, to do chunks at a time and not just, you know, road here and then a road over there and a road over here and a road over there.
Absolutely, and it's wasted money, to be honest with you, to jump around like that. I mean, you could lose $5,000 to $10,000 and, you know, it's not full road, but it's still money that can be allocated to the road and so.
Yeah. So we're still doing better than we were had, we're still doing better. Thank you.
Quick question, the Garfield Street, the sidewalk crosswalk improvements, that was based on a grant also, right? Is this the one?
2017, we had a connectivity grant that former town planner Craig Minor had applied for. That grant is still available. We actually did some research on it, found the paperwork on it. We do have to contact them to confirm that it's still accessible for us. And then that's proposed to be included in the Garfield Street improvement costs that are included here to complete the entire roadway. That grant was meant just to connect the park area, crosswalks, all of that in this area. We held off on that based upon the construction for the town hall and completing the campus.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, one, I would want to know, because there's 200,000 there to be allocated, if we're really going to be able to use that this year in terms of in using it with a grant to make sure we can access those funds as well. And then two, if we are still considering the pool project, does it make sense to allocate that now and look at that project now, or to perhaps defer it until we know more about what's happening with the campus and what's going on in that area as well? Those are my concerns or questions, I guess.
We'll do some research into that with the state to confirm on that grant. And Rob will be the one who'll be able to tell you how that'll work best on the roadway program as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of moving factors with that. So if that 200,000 is gonna be allocated but not be utilized, then maybe we shift that into roads or do something different with it for this year and then look at funding it next year, I guess.
Yep.
So,
We can review that and get back to the council.
okay, thank you. Counselor Rada?
Yeah, thank you. And this, James, I think this is directed to you. Can you just tell me again, this 200,000 that is allocated for Garfield, does that include what could possibly come out of this grant, or is
No,
that?
this is in addition to the grant
And
funds.
so
The grants
what's
were,
the grant fund?
the grant, I believe, was 78,000 and change.
Okay.
And that will take care of that. Additionally, with Garfield Street, we actually have a signage program that they're implementing. It's a curve program to add in better signage so people can see the curves at night. So we have free signage that the state is putting in. We have, I believe it was 3 areas that they were working on that in. Information was supplied to them while Gary was still, actually Gary had left. Mr. Demera had taken care of that and we had that sent over. So we're just waiting to hear back on that as well. So a lot of things going on Garfield Street, just not completed yet.
Thank you. Counselor Camillo?
I'm jumping ahead. I'll wait until it gets brought up.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Rada, are you?
No, I'm
Okay.
just was trying to lower my hand.
Okay,
After there.
I think we're good to move ahead then.
Hey, enjoy your Saturday. Sorry, Rob, you're not going yet.
Close. Almost.
You're almost out the door. I almost let you go. All right, the next page is community development. We have the second half of the funding for the comprehensive revision of the town zoning regulations for 50,000. We are putting in the first half of the transit village design for guidelines for Cedar Street of 50,000. There was another 50,000 put in for next year because it was originally 100 in total. And the 20,000 to the land acquisition for open space. That was all development. And for parks, the 200,000 for park, pool, and playfield improvements. This is similar to the other years. 50,000 for the ADA compliance pathways and parking. 600,000 for the synthetic turf replacement reserve. This would actually be the year that they would replace the turf. And 375,000 for Eagle Park Playground, rubber surfacing, ADA compliant paths and parkways. As you remember, they're doing one neighborhood park a year. And that's it for Parks and Rec.
Counselor Camilla?
Yep. All right. We need an architect for the highway department. We don't need an architect for the transit village right now, because that's basically was done back when I went through zoning and 17.
This
So
was one that you guys put off from last year.
can we take that money and put it somewhere else?
Your decision.
Really should go for an architect for the highway. That's what Joe was talking about. And I have a question with the synthetic turf. Does Parks and Rec have their own CIP?
They have no balance in the CIP. If you look under the special improvement, that only gets funded
Okay.
if their enterprise fund goes over $1 million, and it is not.
And then we have Newington Center Economic Study and Concept Plan for 150,000. That was last year, or that's your balance that's there. That hasn't been spent yet.
I'm going down the list that
Newington
we
Center.
provided you guys. Let's see here.
It's on page 2.
Yep.
It's
page-
about, up from the bottom, it's about 6 or 7.
Yes, no.
So that money's still available, that we haven't touched that yet.
That one's still available. I believe we're waiting for the new town planner to get himself acclimated.
Okay.
I don't know if they went out to RFP for that.
He hasn't gone out on RFP on that yet. We did actually have that discussion. We met with Hartford Hospital yesterday regarding that. I'm sorry. Yeah, yesterday. No.
And
Thursday. To discuss the possibility of that. They've got about a 2-year outlook plan. So we do want to make sure that we have that available for any prospective developers or brokers to come in. So Mr. Dixon is working on the information that we need to move forward on it.
developer wouldn't come in and have their own ideas to bring to us.
But we want to make sure that they understand what we see as a downtown vision, and not just have something forced upon us.
And then comprehensive revision of zoning plans. Coming from zoning, we did them all over a couple times in the past 7 years. That money could go somewhere else too.
Possibility. That was the proposal from the previous town planner.
Right.
And that was a recommendation. Even the new town planner has made a recommendation of making changes due to many of the items inside of it relate to multiple sections instead of bringing it all under one area.
Right.
So that is something he is looking at, and we are proposing to utilize those fundings for our current consultant we have on board to assist in that project.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that? If there's 50,000 in the balance for that we didn't use last year, could we defer the additional 50,000?
That's still in this current year.
For which? ma'am?
Right. I mean, we got a couple months left
For which one?
for the transit, for the zoning regs. So we had put 50,000
Split it
for
up.
this year and then 50,000 for next year. But if we haven't spent that 50,000 yet, could we defer the other 50? Or do you think this is really gonna be a project that will be completed in the next fiscal year for 100,000?
My estimate is it will be started. I can't say that it will be fully completed by the end of the next fiscal year, but we did speak with Mr. Dixon, and he is looking forward to moving forward on that.
Okay.
If I may just respond to Councilor Camilla, I mean, I don't care if you call it Cedar Street or Newington Junction, but in terms of the Transit Village Design District Architectural Guidelines monies, I think we should keep doing that. A train stop's gonna happen in Newington.
We've already done that, though. It's already been
Yeah,
done.
that's,
We've already paid for all that and everything. It was Tanya Lane wrote the check for it. So
2,000 proposed for 23.
maybe somebody else asked for it and we,
I thought last year when Renata presented this to you, it was different than what had been done in the past, but let's double check with,
Overlay district specific to the area. This one is specifically more focused on architectural design work. But we can touch base with the planner.
I mean, I would hate to see us take that out, and then when the absolutely 100% guaranteed train stop is gonna happen in Newington, we don't have the money.
do you have information? We don't have that, there's 100% guaranteed train stop in Newington?
I'll guarantee you the state's gonna put a train stop in Newington,
When?
and
10 years from now.
it's gonna happen. They're
We won't be
determined
living
to have
here
a
then.
Hartford line stop here. Hartford, Newington, then Berlin, then Walling, it's going to happen. I think for us to pretend it isn't and not have the money allocated is a mistake. That's all I'm saying.
We're getting into the debate situation
Yeah.
again.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I was responding, you had said,
I asked.
Camilla brought it up, he said, let's take it out. And I think that's foolish. We should have it in reserve for when it happens. That's all I'm saying.
Well, we're not making decisions on taking out or putting in today,
I was
so
just looking
everybody
to
can have their
have
opinion.
the highway department
No, I hear you.
get a head start here and get things rolling. And just like the
We'll have
library
money
needs it
to do
also.
The study, just so you know, already sitting there in the balance right now to do the Newington Junction. So that was the one, we had brought them both forward last year, and you
Okay.
deferred
Yeah,
one, you
and-
gave the money for the other. So,
Thank you.
so just so you know. Sure.
Yeah, I just,
That helps put perspective on it, thank you.
I saw both of those and that's why I said, take them both and put them somewhere else.
Okay.
Just, there's so many other things that really need to be taken care of right now. And you have a little extra here where you're looking for a consultant or an architect.
Dr. Rada?
Yeah, a couple of questions directed to James, probably. Land acquisition for open space, do we have any location or locations that we're considering?
That's
No,
just money that goes
Just
over to the
it-
funds.
It's one of those build-up funds.
Okay, so it will be there when and if we find a spot.
And when we go over special funds.
Okay.
discussed that in previous years. That's something that's required under our ordinances.
Yeah.
And then back to this transit village design. The architectural guidelines for Newington Junction, the 50,000 that we had adopted last year. Has this been used? Has it not been used?
No, it hasn't.
So, okay, and that could possibly be rolled over. Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other hands, so we can continue on.
Great. The next page is the transfers or the request from the Board of Education. The $25,000 transfer that we're required to make to their CIP. A bus replacement program for $488,725, and the school entrance security for $200,000. I will go over the numbers. You see the numbers for equipment replacement reserve and the lease, but when we go into the equipment reserve, I'll go over those numbers.
Can you just, and I know the answer to this, or I can just say it, I guess, in the school bus replacement program fund, they're asking for an additional 488 and I think that's for 3 buses. But yeah, but the account balance is 1.1 million and change. So I did ask, I talked to the superintendent this week. I had a few questions for her about the MOUs and whatnot. And she indicated that, and this had come up when we were talking about John Wallace also. In the past, they had been funded to do 3 wings at John Wallace to make security improvements several years ago now. There had been allocated, I believe it was $1 million for 3 years, so a $3 million plan at the time. The diesel fuel spill happened at the same time that money was allocated. The Board of Education needed money to fund the diesel fuel spill cleanup and use the money out of the John Wallace CIP line item. After the diesel fuel spill, we did get monies back from, I believe it was insurance monies that came back to us. So from the state. Oh, you're right. Thank you. Thank you. So the Board of Education at the time, and I needed a refresher on this because I didn't remember this. We had given them a choice of putting that money back into the John Wallace line item or putting it into the school bus replacement plan. And it was about 650,000. And they chose to put it in that account because at the time they came forward with a quote fix to the security issue. It was around $150,000 instead of the 3 million, which instead of redoing the entire wings, it was to secure the doors at the end of the hallways. So that's what happened, obviously many years ago. But the question had been posed to me from someone recently when they heard John Wallace coming back up again. Well, I thought they already got monies for that. Well, we had allocated monies, but then it was used for something else and then put here, and they had done a different type of fix, which wasn't every wing, but rather the entry doors to each wing. So I just wanted to make sure everybody had the same information as I did, because I looked into this week, and then the balance, the 1.1, looks that big because 650,000 of it was put there from those funds, and the intent at the time was that they were going to keep it there as a holder for if we had done a new location or a bus garage or something like that, and they needed funds for that. So that was the rationale for putting it there and keeping it. Am I missing anything, Janet?
No, that was it.
Okay, I just want to make sure we had, because when I looked at that balance, I was like, why would we allocate an additional almost $500,000 when there's 1.1 million in that account? And I am still kind of questioning that in my own mind. If we're not looking at a bus garage or a new location, we've tried a bazillion ways of looking at that, and we've not, both sides can't kind of agree on that, or we can't find a viable option. I don't know that we need that 650,000 sitting there forever either. So just food for thought for the council as we look at moving forward. Counselor Camilla?
Also, 3 years ago, the buses, when we're talking CIP, we gave them a life of 14 years. We don't have any buses 14 years old, and they're still buying buses. Okay, so, and now they're buying 3 buses every year or more, depending on how much they have for surplus in May. So, go ahead.
Counselor Ennis?
I do know when I was on CIP, we used to get a listing of the buses and the ages.
You're right, we should request
So
that.
maybe we should request that.
That'd be a good idea, just to see what we're looking at.
Yeah.
And then have we looked at the cost of what it costs for insurance and all that? What it costs the town to have buses? How much more? Is it a couple $1 million for insurance?
That's paid out of the budget. The town side does not pay for their auto insurance.
It's still
Question, but we just don't.
right,
Okay.
because I know towns that have had their own fleets are going outside now, and it's saving a large amount of money. So,
I think we had looked at that a few years ago. Deputy Mayor Bedrejko did some research on that, and there were only, what, 3
I think there were 5
Five.
other towns.
I know.
towns in Connecticut that still had their own, yeah. I had another thought on the, yeah, go ahead, Counselor Donahue.
So
Oh, I'm sorry,
we,
Tim.
we gave them $3 million to do
mhm.
the improvements. They used it for the oil cleanup
Familiar.
instead.
It wasn't 3 million at the
I
time.
think it was the first year it was planned, so we had put $1 million in, I think.
Oh, okay,
It was the
sorry.
first disbursement. It was a 3-year plan.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
No, that was my
And
fault.
then they got 600,000 back. Why did it go back into that budget for the
Right,
security?
and
Because they found a way, they determined at the time that the security issue could be solved with a much cheaper solution that secured the doors at the ends of the hallway. So it didn't make safe those 8 classrooms in the wing necessarily to be able to lock independently, but it locked the end of the hallway down in the case of an incident.
But they're coming back and asking for this.
They want to talk with us about a project that would, my understanding is that it would be 3 million, 3 million, 3 million, 1 million, so a total of 10 million. To, I mean, essentially it's renovate those 3 wings and make them, but for the purpose of making them safe. I was also told, and this, I'm getting off topic, so I don't want to, you know, that's not what we're talking about, so. But we can talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I have more information.
what, can we, in the future, when they ask for a project like this, it doesn't go into their operating budget? Because it seems like they've done that a couple times.
What doesn't go in their operating budget?
We can't, we don't have control of their operating budget.
And just like they got the 3 million for that, but once you give it to them, they
That money-
change the game.
that money
CIP.
is CIP. We never gave it to them operation.
Right, it's in CIP.
It stays under you guys.
Yep. Counselor Menke?
Just to tag on to Councilor Ness, respond, I'd like to get an idea of what all the Board of Education vehicles and their age. I know we get that somewhere in this process, we get all our vehicles and their ages and their full one.
James and I found one from last year. James found it going through his packets from last year, but it was just the buses. But we can get
They
full
have-
list.
I like to know what kind of vehicles I'm gonna object to any vehicles, but how many trucks they have, how many short you know, those dollar ride buses kind of things and.
22's proposal, they gave us a breakdown of their plan out through 2032, the type of buses they had, when they were proposed to be replaced. So we can ask for that same information again and
I think
supply it to you.
that'd be good to know, if we're looking at buses, how many buses are there and how many security vehicles, how many whatever. Yeah, I'd like to know that. Thank you.
One more question, sorry.
I'm just gonna go over some of the tables before we get over.
Wait.
Equipment replacement.
I'm just gonna go through the tables to keep going through the book and get to equipment reserve. So.
Yeah,
Oh,
she's gonna go over the more detailed spread, I think, later.
Yeah, I'm just going through, just get us to the back of the book. Table 5, which we've already kind of mentioned, is the current year, what you've approved for the capital improvement plan. It shows the department request, town manager proposal, your tentative and your final. So just so you can see what you did last year. And then the tables 6A through 6E shows the plan for the next, the years after. So we'll show our proposal for, it's a 5-year. It'll show our proposal for next year and the 4 following years. Once again, you're only adopting and officially approving next year's.
I think you already went over it, and I'm sorry, but when we were discussing the Board of Ed piece, it says school entrances for security, 200,000. Do we know which entrances they're still looking at? Because I thought they had done almost all the schools.
They gave us the
No.
list, but I can ask for it.
I thought we were pretty far along in that process. I thought the only ones left were, I thought Anna Reynolds was like the last remaining. And that's part of the project. So I just want to know what we're looking at. Thank you.
All right. Back to equipment reserve, which is, I mentioned C was the roads. Equipment replacement reserve, that's appendix D. Yep. Just a quick overview of what this is. Equipment gets put on the list. We put in an annual depreciation, which that's what we fund each year to make sure that when this is ready to be replaced, we have the money available to replace the equipment. Adding of additional equipment puts a further burden on this fund, just so you know, and we have had that in the past. Equipment gets added. It's nice to have new equipment, but then you have to also fund annually the replacement of it when its useful life is done. This coming year, we're looking at for the 23-24 year, you'll see we're estimating the opening reserve balance of $426,803. The lease payments, this is just for the one fire truck, the one that we just got. We've already made 3 lease payments on it, and that's it. So it's just one. Originally, we were going to have 2 lease payments, but because we paid cash for the other vehicle that we're still waiting for, we avoided the lease payment for that one. So for the aerial truck that we just got, $168,191 is the lease payment. The depreciation that we have to fund to replace vehicles in the future and keep on schedule is $1,133,000. You'll see down here the lease payment is showing again on the bottom for the proposed expenditures. So this year we do propose spending $1,088,676,000 for new vehicles. I will tell you, majority of them, and Ron can back me up, on the vehicles we've gotten have all come in over what our estimated prices have been. As everything else has gone up, so is this. The next page will show general government. And if you look over to the far, well, you'll see on the left, all the vehicles listed in here for replacement. On the far right, you'll see what we're looking to replace. So that says fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023. That's actually your 23-24. So it's kind of misleading, but what it looks like they're replacing for general government next year is a Ford E350. for the price $129,000. That's the only replacement scheduled for next year.
That's a dial-a-ride bus.
Again, a repeat performance, an encore.
You didn't leave.
You should have run.
I'll keep that in mind for next year.
Yeah, so that's the only replacement for general government.
Wow.
The next page for the police.
Deputy Mayor Bedrega?
I don't know whether this should. I'm sorry, I'm just getting
Give me that.
really confused about the previous one, the table 4, where it talks about equipment reserve, it's 1,133.
That's the front page, so if you go to Appendix D.
Okay.
And you see the annual depreciation funding, that's the 1,133,000.
Okay, but then when I look at the balances for all the general equipment reserves, safety, public safety, public works.
You're going to continue to replacing in following years, so you're not using your full balance.
But there's a lot in there. There's more than, I mean, like Parks and Rec has
Here, we're expected to have it going into the opening reserve, 426,000. We build it up, so in coming years, we can replace. You never bring it down to zero.
Okay.
Because we're annually putting in the depreciation expense. So although we're putting in the depreciation expense for all the equipment, we're not replacing all the equipment that year. We're building it so when it comes up, we can replace it.
It doesn't seem to match the balance. I mean, it just seems like there's, and then why? So each department, each line item, like 88, 142, 143, 144, I'm looking at the balances.
Yeah, okay.
You're calling the equipment replacement reserve fund kind of like one big total, but each department has their own balance.
Yeah, I didn't break it out
Yeah.
in here.
Is it,
That's all.
is it interchangeable? I mean, so you would have to come to us for a transfer if,
We would have to transfer it within equipment reserve. So since it's its own department, we could move it around
oh,
within here.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
So we
Okay.
talked about general government. For police, next year, they're looking to replace 2 4 vehicles. Control cars.
Yeah.
We took them out of operational, so that you'll see down below, they're adding 3 vehicles at 64,140 of these.
So are these additions or we have 3 coming off the fleet and these are replacing? Okay,
And they will disappear. They won't be reallocated.
good question.
Can't tell you on that
Other-
one.
I'll take that one. So, yes, I've been having a
Not my
conversation with
decision.
Rob and Hermes from the Highway Garage about reviewing our fleet because it has bloated over the years, and looking at vehicles that should be moved over to auction, that we shouldn't have to keep in there and maintain a vehicle that has maybe 1,800 mile usage per year that we're taking and maintaining and keeping on our insurance. So that is something we will be reviewing.
Will we get a report or something?
Well, yeah, we'll
We-
present that to council.
We seem to have a lot of.
I don't either, so. Counselor Ennis?
Thank you.
Yep. There you go.
Okay, I have a couple questions. The administrative vehicles that are being purchased, do we take the older patrol cars and move them over to the administration?
No, usually if it's an admin vehicle, the admin vehicle will go down into the, usually to a detective's vehicle. So the admin vehicles are the police chief and the lieutenants, and then they'll trickle down to the detectives.
I understand the police chief getting a new vehicle, but the lieutenants, why don't they get the older recycled, especially if they're driving a long distance to get home? I'm just asking questions.
That's a great question. To that, I can't answer that. It's this, and I hate to say this is the way it's always been, but that's.
Always been, lieutenants haven't always had take-home cars, have they? No.
Oh, as far as take home vehicles, that's not my.
I understand that, but
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just wondering why they can't be recycled that way.
I can tell you that some of the vehicles that were the admin vehicles, when the former town manager made the decision to give the deputy fire people, I think those
Yeah.
trickled over
Yeah.
to that.
So they're being recycled.
Somewhere.
Into other areas.
Oh, yes, they're definitely being reused, yes. Yes, whether it be to the fire department or put in general government for a pool vehicle type thing, they're definitely being reused after they come off service, yes.
Okay, so they're just not, like you said, they're
Yeah.
inflating their fleet, which
Yeah.
they shouldn't be inflating their fleet.
No, generally, once a vehicle gets trickled down, there's also another vehicle that will come offline. That vehicle is maybe kept in there for, like I said, a pool car or or for traffic duty or something to that effect. And then there is a vehicle that will come offline. There is a trickle down effect, yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Counselor Mackey.
Just a quick question. I guess we said traffic cars. So if there's somebody out on Main Street because they're doing the lights and there's the police cars with lights flashing, so that's how you get around. That's not an online, that's not a line patrol car. It's one of the spares that we just use for traffic.
Generally, yes.
Okay.
Okay. No other
Good
questions?
to know.
Fire, they don't have anything scheduled for replacement next year. I though know that they will be coming to you because with the long time period on getting into their fire engines, are there any of those? I mean, how long did it take us to get the aerial one?
Yeah.
They're looking to move some of these up so that we actually had them by the replacement.
Have we, as a town, not fire department, but us, looked at the replacement schedule on theirs versus other towns and years and miles and what's required versus not required versus? And I'm saying this because I'm gonna tell you, like when I go on vacation to other places, I see fire trucks that look a whole lot older than ours.
Yeah.
And they're full-time paid fire departments. So I'm just wondering, with the number of, like the call volume that we have, the number of miles we actually put on these vehicles every year. I know what the fire department tells us they want in terms of a replacement schedule, but I'm wondering if we can do some research. And I'm not saying it has to impact this budget. This is like future agenda item to think about replacement schedule for those fire trucks and what are other folks doing around us? Because I hear when our fire trucks are done and go up for sale, other places are really glad to get them and then use them for years to come. So
When I was in Clinton, which is again, a volunteer fire department, they went and, I mean, they traveled, it was cheaper to travel down to Texas and look at a fire engine down there and get it shipped up to us than actually buying a new up here.
right. I just think it's something as these trucks go up in price and we're talking 1.2, 1.3 million now, and that's gonna keep escalating, right? We need to be looking at that replacement schedule and making sure that we have a viable, realistic replacement schedule for those.
The other aerial that they have in here, just to give you an idea, the original purchase price, if you're looking at replacement, was 973,000.
Right.
They told us 2.1 million right now, current replacement costs. If you keep the inflation, it's 2.5. Other options maybe need to be explored.
I just think it's something we need to look at before we're in the position to have to make a decision to have that information. Okay.
And I believe,
I think we should probably look at our entire vehicle policy over how many vehicles we have, how we use them, what the replacement cost is, what the insurance cost is. I think that's something we probably miss. I mean, you have to pay insurance on the vehicle, even if it's sitting in the driveway someplace. And certainly the police, fire, and buses, so that we should look at all that. Do we need to replace them as quickly as we do? Is there a reason to it? There may be a logical reason, and that's fine with me if there's a reason. But we should policy. I think that all vehicles should be looked at, not for this budget, obviously, but at some point.
Mayor.
Go ahead, Counselor Ennis.
I do know that when Mr. Chapman was here, we were talking about possibly putting the rotation in the ambulances too, since we're buying the two with the ARPA money. He was discussing that as well, so I don't know if that's
They
something.
did put that request in. We didn't put it in this year.
Okay.
They're still waiting on the two that we're getting the money for ARPA.
Right, but I know Keith had said to put him on, he would want to put him on the rotation, just so we would know what's out there for future, if we ever needed a new one.
But
when
we
we
don't, we don't own them or insure them. So
Right.
the ARPA money, we did a sub-grant for,
need- Right,
so we kind of gave them the money to purchase it. In this case now, we would own it, we would insure it if we were purchasing it through our CIP.
I know those are discussions that started and then kind of ended. There was a lot of discussions that kind of started and kind of
Yeah.
ended too, yeah.
We'll get
Thank
back.
you.
Next is highway. The sweeper. And 2 dump trucks. Silverado.
So 50,000 additional because the cost went up, or, so it wasn't purchased yet?
Yeah, it was last year that we were purchasing it, and we were purchasing almost the identical one that we purchased 2 years ago. We were looking at an additional $50,000 for that. So we decided we were able to, because our staff, our service staff is amazing, Hermes and the guys there, the mechanics, we were able to keep the ones that we have continue running because they're very serviceable. And we decided to push it off until this year, or this coming year.
I am seeing POs for repairs.
Yeah.
On the poor little sweeper though.
Yes,
So.
yes, yes.
Any questions? Nope.
To their credit, the year of that vehicle for that sweeper is from 2000. That tells you
Thank you for drawing our attention to that, yep.
Good.
they are top notch for their maintenance.
Yeah, it's just fabulous.
Just a quick
About our
question.
highway
Yep.
department there.
The Chevrolet Silverado is a 2013. We're replacing it. Is that a supervisor's car or is it a plow car? Or
That is a pickup truck, and I believe 309 is, it is a pickup truck. It's one of the, it's not a foreman's vehicle, but the typical lifespan of a pickup truck is 10 years. So that's what we've always used, that's what we use. And we've seen that it works pretty well based on the environment that those vehicles are in, because it is a plow vehicle as well.
So you use it for plowing,
Oh,
so
yes,
that
yes.
puts a lot more wear on the tear on the,
Yes.
I mean, if it was my 2013 vehicle, I wouldn't be replacing it. I'd be living it for another 5 years because that's how I roll.
Every pickup truck, dump truck, 6-wheeler, and highway fleet and park fleet, they all do have plows or sanders on.
And not ever being a plow, but I assume that because they plow, the vehicle gets much more wear and tear than my vehicle if it sat in my driveway and I drove it back and forth to town
On
meeting.
the front end and everything, absolutely.
One, they have a Chevy Silverado for 30,000 and an Escape Hybrid for 42,000.
So that Silverado is additional funds again. So the
Yeah.
replacement cost was 88, but now it's 88 plus 30, which I can't do math in my head.
113. Woody, yeah, that was, we saw, not only did we see an increase in the purchase of the vehicles themselves, but because they do come outfitted with plows, we've seen an increase of $4,000 to $5,000 for the, to outfit the vehicles with the plows as well.
But that's a 3,500 Silverado pickup truck? Cost
Yeah.
that much money?
Well, because the one on the previous page is listed at 68,700. So what makes this one?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Because, hold on 1 second.
Yeah,
What's the difference between yours and yours?
118 if I'm doing my math,
Correct.
right?
Right?
Yeah.
I'd get 2 cars for that.
I guess what's the driving factor to make it 118,000 for one vehicle? It's got to be outfitted or something. Than one on the previous page at 68.
One may be a dump truck and one may be a pickup truck.
Follow up with Hermes on?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do apologize.
Can we check it?
That's okay. You can just find out because they both say, the description on both says Chevrolet Silverado
It may make
3500.
perfect sense, because I wouldn't have bought a vehicle that expensive, but it just seems like a lot.
Go look at a pickup truck on the dealer lot.
My
You could buy
husband
2
looked
for
at
that
one the
price.
other day. He goes, guess what they're up to now? It's over 100. He did say that, but I'm just wondering why there's such a difference between the two, that's all.
If one is a dump truck, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm sure-
Let me ask Hermes.
Okay,
because he knows
thank you.
this list pretty.
Yeah,
He
inside
sits
and
down
out.
and goes through it with Lisa, my deputy, so.
Yeah, they're amazing at keeping track of this list.
Perfect, thank you. It is.
Now you can leave.
All right. I was thinking, I'll go home. Thank you, Janet.
Before we start debt,
Not
which is
us.
not gonna be your.
Leave, one more question.
Thank you, Rob.
Thanks, Rob.
Flip back in our book.
Okay.
Oh, I thought we were done.
Looked like you were closing it. I was all excited.
Jeez,
Debt.
table 2.
No, you wrote that.
Okay, debt management.
Oh, I hate that.
We love that. If you're looking at this first table, this table 2 shows us our existing debt, where we are today. At the end of June 30th, 2022, our total outstanding was 22,620,000, which is great for a town our size to have so little debt. Coming into the next month, we will be going out to bond for first bonding for Anna Reynolds. So if you flip the page, unfortunately. Yeah, is it? Oh.
I like table 2 better than table 3.
Oh, table 3 we're looking at. Oh,
Wise
sorry, I
guy.
was like, okay, no debt.
I wish. These are the projections for going out for Anna Reynolds and the additional money from the town hall that we had already got for. I will let you know, the second, the ones that both the town hall and the second bonding for Anna Reynolds, I may push that out another year, simply because I need to know the number from the state and what they're gonna reimburse us before I can go for the last bonding. Because you can't, whatever the total price of the project is, if they reimburse you, you can't go to bond for more than they've already reimbursed you. So I'm estimating the 2.5 million is what's left for the town. They haven't made their final payment yet. I'm gonna get an email into Lou, seeing if he's heard from them or what the project is, because we've been in this building almost 3 years.
Wow.
So I know they just gave us the first payment, but we've been here a while, so they should be able, they usually like to wrap it up if you've already been in the building for this long. Anna Reynolds may be a little longer, considering the fact that they're still gonna be building at that point. So those two may be pushed out a year. I put them in 2024 as a worst case scenario right now. But that would not be payments for next year. That would be payments the year after, because we don't go out until spring.
Okay, Council Page?
Thanks, Mayor. I know when we flip the page, everybody gasps and we look at a large number. Are there either municipal or general accounting guidelines relative to bond rating that give us guidance as a municipality as to what is an acceptable level of bond in relationship to our grand list and our overall budget?
If you look in the audit report, there is a section that will show our ratio, and we have a really good ratio.
So even with page 3, you're saying?
Even with page 3, we're very, if you look at some towns, like our pay-as-you-go, just so you know, keeps this bonding very low.
Right.
It's other towns don't have something like
Because
that.
Hartford has a very large debt
They
ratio.
actually, they actually went out to try to make up the difference in their pension plan.
Not a good idea. Only because as residents tuning in and listening, and I agree, when I see a big number, I gasp as well. So I'm not disagreeing with anybody on the council, but I think it's also helpful to have some objective standard that we can at least determine to the degree to which our gasps are you know, relevant.
We've done it in the past, showing where our ratio is compared to a lot of towns around us, and we've always had the lowest.
Right, so I just don't want to scare residents thinking, oh my gosh, we're on fire, when
We've always-
actually we're within due bounds.
We are, and that's because we do as a pay-as-you-go, and these other towns don't. So some towns will actually go to the point where they will actually go out to bond every couple of years to like do the roads. We don't do that.
I do that.
From Peter to pay Paul or whatever, yeah, okay.
Well, next year, and avoid the interest and all the other.
That's what
charges
makes
that
it hard to compare us to other towns, because so much of what they would have in their bonding figure, we are doing as a pay-as-you-go. So we are budgeting for it. We're just not doing it and paying it through a bond. We're paying it through our capital improvement. Yeah.
Got it,
Which
got it.
is in that lower bracket than everybody else. It's not that we're not doing anything, because we definitely
No,
are.
you're
As
doing
you
a
see,
lot.
you see in our pay-as-per-go.
No, I appreciate that.
We're, I mean, some towns like maybe put 500,000 in their CIP for a year, and that's it. and are bonding everything.
Mm.
We don't take that mentality, which I think is great.
We're good tight Yankees.
Yeah, very conservative, love it. But that's why this will give you a little bit, because to be honest, when I'd gotten here, you guys hadn't gone out to bond for over 10 years.
Right.
The time you'd gone out to bond before that, you'd gone out in 2013 for the refunding, but that was just from old bonds, so we could get better rates, so
And I know
yeah.
I know we have to move on. I'm sorry, Gail, and others, but in a weird way, does that potentially hurt your bond rating if you're never bonding anything? It doesn't hurt you. I didn't know if like a credit rating, if I don't use a credit card, then I don't have a good credit rating.
Go to the rating agencies, they're looking for how you manage your expenses, which we do very well here. They're looking, do you have a plan if you hit hardship? Are you keeping up with your infrastructure? They want to see that you planned ahead, that you're not doing a lot of special appropriations. They don't like those, because that means you haven't planned your budget well enough to anticipate. Yeah, that's what they're looking for. And they're looking at your grand list and how well your taxpayers can absorb any change in mill rate. Is it wide enough spread? Do you have enough variety in there between residential and businesses to be able to handle?
Counselor Menke?
Yeah, just, I agree, I gasped at this number, and I think it's important to note that while that's a big number, and it truly is, I mean, it assumes we take on no new projects until 2044.
Right.
Which is a long, long time when you're in budget.
And if
So,
you're looking at the bottom.
so if you look at the bottom
cost,
little thing, you got, firehouse, and then these are in alphabetical order, not in any importance, but firehouse 3 and 4, flood control system dredging, John Wallace wing renovation, library improvements, track and field resurface, and park improvements. So if you add those on next year, the year after that, or the year after that, somewhere this number
going up.
will gas me even more, because it's much greater. So I think.
And if you notice, the interest rate, of course, for us, we're projecting is 4%. When we took out these other, the last time we went out to bond in 2020, it was 1.88.
Oh, right.
So we're kind of getting slapped by our timing and the inflation, everything else going on with the economy. It's showing up here also. So that's where we're seeing it right now. This was going out to bonding, and our schedule was based on the cash flow schedule that we worked with the Board of Ed for Anna Reynolds. So that's why you're seeing 10 million that we're looking to go out for on issued June 2023. So the end of May, we should be going out. I'm working with our financial advisor regarding the schedule and getting everything out to market. So that is the projected right now. These are the only things we have the numbers for, as Councilor Mankey mentioned, and all the current potential projects are listed in the bottom alphabetical order. If you're looking at the far right-hand column, this is the year that you'll see the highest outstanding debt at 41 million. That's adding in the 10 million for the Anna Reynolds project.
In that total debt service column, the highest amount is out in 2025 because we're adding more payments.
Nope, you're seeing it this year because we're adding the 10 million this year. You'll start to see it go down a little bit, but it's going to be this year that we're currently in, because we will issue the debt this year. We won't start paying on it until the 2023-24.
So our payments are higher in that year, but our debt service is highest this year.
Yeah,
Okay.
because we're not starting to pay it down yet.
All right. I was just making sure I explained it right the other day at State of the Town. I did say we're paying the most in 2025, so that's accurate.
Yeah.
Okay. You weren't there to help me. I was.
Your payments are outstanding.
This is a hard one to
Total
understand.
debt is the highest.
You sounded convinced.
I did say that, so that's okay.
So that was just going over the debt. Go over when we go through our book, the expenditures for that when we hit that page. But that was the last part I wanted to go over with you guys out of the CIP book.
I have one question.
Counselor Camilla?
Last year, when it came up that they were talking about tearing down the original company 3 and repairing it or renovating it, he came to me and he says, if we renovate it, they don't have to put an addition on company 3, the existing one. They could move their equipment into there. That's huge. It's a big savings, and you know, in the future too, buy fire trucks that fit into your fire station.
I haven't gotten any plans from the fire department.
That came right from Jeff Trommer. First thing out of his mouth was, "You don't need an addition on there if we move our equipment over there, the extra equipment."
Yeah,
So-
this is just based on what they sent us in the past. I've gotten nothing new from them.
Okay.
Okay. Council Menke?
Can I just suggest we move to a short recess before we get to the next section? Just because 3 cups of coffee,
Absolutely.
tends to,
Let's take a 5-minute recess or a 7-minute recess.
You were just thinking
Yeah,
of
we'll
us.
start
I was
with
just thinking of
Revenue.
you, Mitch. I know
Yes,
you.
Revan is a good place to start. Thank you.
Start the
Like
front of the
that.
book in.
We stand in recess at 11:11. Can you mute us?
Maybe the
James,
third.
Yeah, that's
please?
some.
Audio is there.
Audio's on.
I mean, I don't care.
We're good? All right, welcome back. We stand back in session at 11:25. I apologize, it was a few minutes longer than we anticipated, and we'll continue on now with revenues.
So if you're all in the part in your budget book towards the beginning, that's general fund revenues. I'm just gonna go down what we're projecting for revenues for the next year. First page starts off with taxes, of course. The current levy is based on the proposed mill rate. Prorated motor vehicles is based on historical and the motor vehicle cap that was given to us by the state. The 400,000 for prior year tax levies, you'll notice we're gonna be coming in estimated under that this year. And that's due to the fact that we had some revaluations that hit us pretty hard. And the refunds were put into that account. Interest, but we're expecting next year that it goes back to normal. Interest in liens, we left flat at 350,000. And motor vehicles, once again, this is where we had the growth in our grand list. But it is, of course, capped by the motor vehicle tax at 32.46 by the state. So that's calculated based on that.
So we're expecting to collect $10 million in motor vehicles? In cash, not reimbursement from the state,
Not
right?
reimbursement from the state, reimbursement from the state further down. Actually, in the next section.
Have they started reimbursing us?
Yes, they reimbursed us last year, exactly what they told us. Just so you know, though, this growth in the grand list this year, we don't get reimbursed. The state kind of lags a year behind. So we have the grand list for this coming year. They don't get that in time to give us the funding for the coming year. They will actually give it to us the next year. So that's why you will see further down an increase in the motor vehicle tax grant from the state from 1.7 million to a little over 2 million. That's them kind of playing catch up. So next year I would anticipate that 2 million going up some more, but it always lags a year behind. So the growth we had in the grand list for motor vehicles, we're not getting the full benefit of it this year.
Right, cars and vehicles are dropping. They'll be like 30% in another year and a half to 2 years, less than they were at the peak of COVID.
That's part of the reval and the appeals. So that's part of what the assessor's office looks at and evaluates when they do the grand list.
They'll make up the difference again?
Well, as I said, they'll lag a year behind.
Okay.
It will always be a year behind our grand list. So. So I started going into the state funding. The pilots, and these numbers that you see from the state, these all came from the proposed governor one. Nothing has been approved by them, but that's what we're going with right now. The tiered pilot, which is what took over the other two pilot kinds that we had before, the tax exempt college and hospital and state-owned pilots, is anticipated to be at 3.7 million next year. Disabled exemptions, we kept flat to what we received this year, and additional ventures exceptions, we kept flat to what they were showing we're going to receive this year.
Okay.
Any questions on any
Questions
of
on
the
this
changes
page? Nope, we're good.
The next page, the new Meadow housing, it's left in it's flat. That may increase. You kind of see where it's a slight increase. It's based on the assessment value at the time when they send out the letter, so we don't have that yet. Building permits, I know you're seeing it huge this year. We're anticipating probably, and this is a conservative number, 1.3 million by the end of the year. I'm putting it back down to, I'm not going up to the amount we received this year because most of the building permits for the projects we're receiving this year. So it's going to go back down to more historical. We put it back to 450. Vendor permits, gun permits, raffle and bingo permits, work within the right of way, and the refuse handling licenses, we all left flat. Town hall rentals, I'm actually hoping we actually rent out some of the town hall coming up now the cat's kind of lifted, but I'm still leaving that for the 2,000. Indian Hill Country Club is flat to what we had last year, and as well as the other town properties. That's where we get the majority, that is the tower income that we receive. That offsets the 40,000 in the radio replacement reserve that we saw in CIP. Investment income? Investments have been, I mean, the income, interest rate has been phenomenal this year. But within this number two, we have some investments where we're seeing the markets go up and down. So I'm staying kind of conservative because it's a combination of the interest income and the investment returns. So I did bring it up from our current budget, but not to the estimated amount that we're assuming to receive at the end of the year. So it's at 250,000. All the items underneath fines were left flat to the current year budget. We are anticipating reaching those amounts. You'll notice at the end of the year, we're looking to get zoning citation fines. That was kind of a one-time thing that we're not anticipating getting that 18,000 again next year. Any other questions on this page?
Yeah, you've mentioned the town hall rentals, but the town hall rentals and the other town property, whatever, who controls access to that? First of all, is a town hall rental, is that the gymnasium? Is that one of the, the community rooms?
It's the conference rooms, I think, here.
That'll be the conference rooms within the town hall area, not the community center. Those are handled through Bill's office.
And they get the revenues for that, okay. I'm just wondering, the zoning citation fines, does that, no, I guess blighted premises is where any fines for blighted premises, not zoning, okay. Are we in, wait a minute, if this is revenue, okay, I'm getting confused. If that zoning, half-time, part-time zoning officer is hired, would we anticipate an increase?
It's hard to say. That will depend on how amenable each of the individuals is to completing the corrections to the properties. A lot of times we try to work with them and not issue a fine itself. We'll issue the initial citation, and then hopefully we get a plan in place for them. They work towards it and make the corrections they need to. A lot of times that'll happen for working within a watershed area, taking down trees, building a new structure inside of a building, outside of the building line. All of those zoning citations sort of come into
But I mean,
play.
it's not a significant amount anyways, but I
Very
would just
significant.
hope that, that at least the problem, whether we get money for it or not, would be addressed. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Counselor Camilla?
Rental, like Clem Lemire Field, it doesn't go through there, but we pay for the field.
It goes through, that's a park. It's under the parks and ground.
Yeah, we put in CIP for a new field. Okay,
Correct.
they don't pay for that. He rents it to everybody.
Not unlike the Board of Education as well, that we give them our CIP funds and they
Right.
make improvements on.
I mean, has anybody brought forward the football field that needs to be redone too for the high school?
Yes, I believe the high school.
Have we talked about that?
That has come forward.
Be done. Probably more than Clem Lemire. They could still do repairs there for another couple of years.
Counselor Camilla, we're talking revenues right now.
Well, I know.
Yeah, I know. But those are good. Write them down. We got to make sure we're asking those questions, but I want to try and stick to what we're doing. Counselor Nagel?
Under other town property, the rental fees, for instance, for the Kellogg House, because that can be rent town, and other facilities. Now, do any of those come back to the town, or do they go to Parks and Rec? Because I know at one time they went to Parks and Rec.
This is all ours. This, all this house. Anything that goes to Park and Rec will be under their enterprise fund. It doesn't come in here. And the majority of that 50,000, as I mentioned, is the tower revenue that we get from renting the tower.
Okay. So all the other goes to.
This, it's majority of it is the tower revenue, but there are the Kellogg and those small amounts we charge for the leases for a few of the properties, that goes into here.
It goes here, not Parks and Rec.
Nope.
Okay, just clarifying.
Nope.
Thank you.
Indian Hill.
That has its own, that was,
40,000, is that what we collect in rent?
yes. Is there,
And there's I know we are, we need to look at that lease again.
Yeah.
Will the committee be,
I will be pulling that together. I actually have proposals from Indian Hill. I met with them about 3 weeks ago. They had a small issue that came up, so it took them a little while to come forward with some proposals. So I will be getting that committee together once we have all 3 members in place to discuss that lease agreement and the issues they have on the site.
I know, I just happened to be at Indian Hill the other day with my husband applying for a resident permit for him. I don't golf. The woman we met with was mentioning that she was kind of waiting to hear back and knew that we needed to relook at that lease. So I just want to make sure the committee's going to be called. So
That was actually supposed to be taken up in 2020 as part of the original lease. Of course, COVID sort of hit us and that sort of pushed everything out a little bit, but we have met on it. We've had some discussions. I've toured the site, looked at the buildings. We've had some discussions about some of the infrastructure improvements that do need to be made at that site.
is there currently a quorum on that committee?
We would have a quorum. I believe the only one we would be missing on that is the Democratic appointment, based upon the
In place of Ms. Breeden?
appointments that we held back
Okay.
from before.
Thank you. No other questions? We're good?
The next page starts with the charges for services. Basically, everything was kept flat. There's to the current year budget, except for there was an increase to more show historically what we're receiving in town clerk fees. The amount we're showing at the estimate at the end of the year is a very conservative number for 600,000. We'll probably get more than that, but I don't like to promise more than we might see. And all the other numbers have been kept flat to last year's budget. The refund section, the refunds and reimbursements, once again, those are all flat to the current year budget. There's been no changes to them. That is approximately what we're expecting to get at the end of this year. The sale of town property. Other, we brought up a little because we are seeing some surplus things being sold, Board of Ed and us, and it goes here. Sale of land, you'll know that that's a one-time thing. That's National Welding you're seeing coming at the end of the year. I don't know of any that will be sold next year, so we have not budgeted anything. And the library sales have stayed flat to what was currently budgeted this year.
Draco?
Just the library sale here, it's a very small amount, but do they purchase, I mean, I'm just curious why it doesn't go back to them. If it's Parks and Rec, that's to keep all the revenues, why doesn't?
Because they have an enterprise fund set up and the library doesn't. The library is funded solely, all their activities are kind of funded through your budget, and this funds it. Whereas the Parks and Rec has an enterprise. So some of their salaries, some of the expenses for all their programs go to the enterprise fund, and that's what kind of funds that. So we don't fully have to fund all the Park and Rec projects through our operational
I mean,
budget.
but it just seems like such a small amount, why it wouldn't go back to their budget, but okay, thank you.
All right, we're good.
Next section is state aid. Once again, these are all numbers that we got from the state, except for, you'll notice halfway down the page, the fire response state road reimbursement. We just started getting that this year. It's $500 a call on a state road. I think we'll get a little bit more than 5,000. It was hard to determine. So we did put it at 10 for next year, which I'm pretty sure we will most likely meet.
Nice.
The only number that is not on here, just so you know, because we haven't gotten in the bill, any of the billing on it yet, is the reimbursement that we'll receive from the sale of pot. It can go in here. The other two that we get, the opioid and the NIPS bottles, that stays under grants for the specific use, but we can put the pot sale money that we are supposed to receive under here. I just don't even have a close to what an estimate it would be because we haven't gotten the first billing information from the state yet.
When do you anticipate getting that?
We put a call in. I've talked to some other towns with the same thing and nobody from the state is responding to us.
They must all be.
We can hope it happens before the end of this.
We're supposed to be billing them on a monthly basis and they were open mid-January and we haven't gotten anything yet.
Okay, because that would certainly help us if we could include it. Deputy Mayor Draco?
I'm just curious about the fire response state road reimbursement. What is it?
That's new this year. So the
Yeah.
state is now reimbursing us anytime the fire department has to go on a call that's on a state road.
So.
$500 a
accident
call.
or something.
Yep, $500
Okay, but
a
it's
call.
not like if there's a house that's on Cedar Street or whatever that's burning.
I'm not sure that qualifies.
If you remember when we were discussing their fee structure change, they discussed there are certain road areas on state roads where when we take a service call on that, they reimburse us for the total cost.
So typically for an accident or
Car
something of that.
accident, primarily a car accident.
Okay, so it's not fire, it's usually construction.
All that we are on their road.
And so that would, so that's just for the fire department, not for the police department.
Correct.
And that would include obviously the Berlin Turnpike, which I would hope would
Yeah.
generate.
The entire one, they had specific areas that were highlighted.
Yeah.
And the fire department does, their admin assistant files all the paper to get the reimbursements.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Ernest?
Thank you. The revenue that we get from the sale of the NIPS, do we put that towards litter cleanup?
That
'Cause I-
goes into, that's all we can put it to. So it's gone into a specific grants account, so we can keep it rolling over and over. And it is, I know so far we've used it, we needed new parts for the sweeper, which is part of litter cleanup, and then some new recycling bins.
Okay, because there's still a lot of
Yeah.
NIPS
All around.
all
We
around.
get those, I believe that's a quarterly basis, we get that payment, if I remember.
But I didn't know if you had somebody from Parks and Grounds that go out and
It was actually, Rob from Highway is actually.
Rob
the
from
one taking-
Highway, or for somebody going out and like going into the parks and cleaning up, because there is quite a few of those laying around.
So,
Okay.
we kind of put it towards equipment instead of salary, because salary gets a little bit harder with all the departments to kind of navigate.
As long as it's being used for that, thank you.
Yeah, it is.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, just along those lines, and maybe it's right here in front of me around state grants and so forth, but where on this document is the NIP money
It's
listed?
not in here, because it's not in your general fund. It's in a grant. It's in a grant fund. So the money will come in, we will record it within the grant fund, and it will be spent out of the grant fund.
So
not
we
in
have
ours.
no say over that per se as a council.
It's used for the purpose that it's
The stated
collected
purpose
for.
by statute
Yeah.
or by,
Yeah, by what they're telling us the purpose
oh
for.
yeah, if
that's
it's
what we
dictated by
have.
statute, I
Yeah,
was just,
yeah.
because I was ignorant about that. And then also you mentioned the marijuana dispensary fine federal. That money, once we know what it is, the dollar amount, will that be listed in this document?
We're hoping so, yes,
Okay.
because that can offset your cost for human services, which is the intended use for it.
Is that again
To help
statutorily
with
driven?
inequities, with
Yep.
those matters, and that's what human services is kind of for.
So that's allocated by statute as designed. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks.
All right. No more questions? We're good?
Oh, and the last item there is the senior center transit aid for 9,000. That's flat.
Okay.
The next page is just our miscellaneous page, the canceling of prior year encumbrances. I did increase that a little bit. I increased it from 60 to 90 because historically we're seeing it higher. This is the cancellation of encumbrances or purchase orders that we had open, not just for the town, but for the Board of Ed too. The town usually ranges anywhere from 15 to maybe 20,000. The Board of Ed has been higher in the last few years. I don't know, I didn't want to go higher than this because the way they're talking about kind of being a deficit I've heard till the end of the year, I'm not expecting them to have a lot of purchase orders to close. And the other items on here, you'll see the transfer for the cemetery. We still have those 3 cemetery workers in here. These are the ones, so you're seeing that large amount for 386. All of the work done in cemetery is covered by the cemetery fund. So that is still included in this revenue. Should we change the amount for the cemetery in any way, we would also need to change this amount for revenue because we just bring in what we're saying we're putting in for budget. And the last 2 items are just a transfer for the cemetery trust of $70, same as before, and the Hubbard fund for $30.
Counselor Page?
Thanks, Mayor. Just a quick question going back to the previous page. The 875,503 from education cost sharing, if that's for education, doesn't that go back to the schools? To the Board of Ed?
This is the only grant that we get directly. The educational cost share comes directly to us.
Historically, it's never gone back to the BOE. Okay.
They get choice grants, they get, the food money goes through them, different other grants, but this one is the only one that specifically comes to us.
Counselor Menke?
Yeah, just that the Councilor Page's point out, it does offset the budget eventually, so it all comes to.
It's all good, yeah.
My only question was on the cemetery, the three cemetery workers. They work predominantly in the cemeteries, correct?
Those are the ones that former town manager was proposing
Right.
for the cemeteries, and I think that's still on hold.
There is a draft tentative agreement in place for us to make promotions within parks directly and not utilize those 3 positions as previously proposed, which will, once that's signed, we will make the
But
necessary
these were
change.
positions that aren't filled now.
They are not filled at this time based upon discussions that we've had with the union based upon the.
Happen if we put them in place, the transport happen.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, we'd need to fund them for the salaries.
good, okay, thank you.
Just so you know, we did make a transfer over this year for those positions that haven't funded. At the end of the year, I will be coming to you, because I don't think to put that money back in the cemetery trust, instead of leaving it in the general fund, because it belongs to them.
Cemeteries, as was intended.
You good, Tim? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine, I'm sorry. I'll
That's
take
okay.
my hand in.
Folks, it's like more difficult. All right, good.
All right, now you flip all the way to public health, where we left off too soon.
Which is 511, just to give you a number.
Health, yeah.
Very good.
11 will be the first code on that one.
Good thing.
This is a health service. They have not set their budget yet, but we've done the increase. If you notice, the original budget we had for this year was not enough and we had to revise it. I did an annual kind of historical increase, and I did add in the amount to make it up to 230. We won't have their number till later, but this is what we're assessed from the health district.
Just a quick question, maybe it's disappointing. They work for us. How come they haven't set their budget? Shouldn't they set their budget before we set our budget?
They're still having their meetings.
I know, but couldn't we have them tell them we need it before April? I mean, they work for us, right? We hire them.
Yeah, well, we, along with a couple other towns.
Right.
I know, but every town must be the same. I hate when we set the budget and then we get something comes in and it's a budget buster and we didn't anticipate it, and
It's the same with our
I'm gonna
state.
put that little
The same with
historical place.
the same with the state. I think last year she had the same problem with the state.
Okay.
We set our budget based on this, and then they came and took this and had this, and
Yeah.
then we were.
So I have been looking at their meeting minutes and stuff, and they haven't finalized it yet.
Pet peeve. Sorry.
It's okay.
Have it before April 18th.
Yeah. Now, they get what we give.
Yeah.
That's all we budgeted.
Sorry.
Environmental health is the next one. This is a new group that you guys set up. It is flat to this year. Changes to it.
Is that, I'm sorry, that's related to the Sustainable CT project? And are we still moving forward with that? I feel like that's kind of.
The Environmental Quality Commission and the Sustainable CT.
Okay, all right.
And we'll flip to community service. Human services is the first one in there.
Yep.
You'll notice the personnel summary page, no increases, no changes in the number of personnel for this group. And human services being the first group we're looking at here. They have the increase for salaries. Gonna remind you guys from Tuesday night, it was a late night, but I did build in, as I stated then, 2% increases for all admin and all part-time. AFSMI is not included raises for them in these departments yet. That is contained within contingency number when we get to it.
Okay.
So that's why you're seeing the two number increases for both the full-time and the part-time salary. Longevity, that's a contractual increase for one of the that one is being included for AFSCME. They had other changes within here. They put in the, sorry, I'm going back to their notes. The reduction for the contracted therapist is in order to add a contract for database that was a HIPAA compliance. So they kind of moved expenses within the lines down here. And it allows for registration for programs, including food and youth programs and presentations. So they tried to keep within their boundaries, moving things around where they were seeing that the uses were needed. Questions on this one?
Question, and I maybe covered this before, Tuesday so long ago. Longevity, we don't do, that's for the people that are grandfathered in, correct?
Yes. So longevity is for the AFSCME's employees, and the last contract we did, we got rid of longevity.
So these are people that
Yep.
are grandfathered in under
So
old
new
company.
people
So,
coming into AFSCME no longer get longevity.
so 20 years from now, this will go away,
Correct.
or 30 years from now. 40 years from now.
I won't guarantee that, but whoever's here can tell you. It's gonna be reduced.
At least reduce to $10.
The next section is the senior disabled center. Once again, you're seeing the increases for the full-time salary and the part-time salary and the longevity. Those are the reasons same as human services. Their dues have gone up just slightly, as other areas have. Equipment maintenance, I know they had something down here. We're for some, they were seeing some changes in pricing from some of their contractors. And the other ones were just slight reductions for what they're seeing. They adjusted it to the trends that they're seeing in their spending for other contractual and technical supplies. Lights out in the hall.
Counselor Menke?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just a quick question. I maybe missed it in revenues, but if the dues for the senior disabled center, they go into revenues?
That goes into a donation account.
Okay.
For the
And they
senior
keep
center.
it there?
Mhm.
Thank you.
That's to fund some of their trips that they take.
So, yeah, but I just,
Next page is the dial-a-ride. Now, this one is a little bit different when you look at it, when you see the salaries going down. This is where you have your AFSCME employees, where an increase wasn't put in there for salaries, but the pay periods went down. So we used to have, I think, 26.1 or 26.2 pay periods. This year is actually 26 pay periods. So that's why you're seeing a little bit of reduction in the salary. They're still being paid the same annual amount, but there's not as many pay periods. And the printing and binding just increased slightly for some rising costs from that area. Next page is Commission on Aging and Disabled. There were no changes. That stayed flat. And the same with the next page, which is Human Rights Commission. No changes from the current year budget. Guys, good to head into library?
Just a quick question. I know I brought this up at one other meeting. The concern about, I see under human services, there's a mention of services related to emergency shelter. There is a small percentage of our residents who deal with houselessness and shelter issues. I didn't know if there were any monies allocated or proposed this year to take our share of responsibility, because Hartford ends up doing that through the CAN network, and I wasn't sure if that was a consideration.
I don't know that it is with human services. I think more that's state funding, but I'm not sure. I can check with Carol to see if that's anything that she knows or where funding is available for that, if not through us.
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, library. I know we had the discussion Tuesday night, and I'll mention again. A couple of years prior, there was a position that they had that we did not take the position away, but it was unfunded. We are now looking to fund that position. Now that activity's gone up, they have some new youth programs coming in to start funding that position again. And you'll see it as we go through the budget, which department it's in. But besides that, there were no other.
Is it one
changes.
full-time?
Yes, it was one
Yeah.
full-time position that we did not fund last year. That in the year before, I believe, that we're now looking to fund.
Meters.
There was, I've got all the notes up here.
Sorry, Mayor, I just.
I did print it because Lisa was.
Lisa's right behind you if you want to ask her.
Yeah.
Sure. Come on up, have a seat.
Okay.
Have a seat, we'll go through.
Okay.
I'm happy to. The first department is admin. Once again, you're seeing the salary increase. That's 2% for full-time admin staff and the 450 for longevity. Data service went down, and that's due to a fee reduction from Library Connection. Besides that, it stayed very nice and steady.
Member Draco?
I'm raising my hand, people. Under the objectives, I'm just, it says work with town to address the current space constraints. I mean, I'm just curious as to what is that impacting, and are these issues that can, because I know just townwide at some point, we're going to be addressing space constraints with a lot of departments. So first of all, how is it impacting your current programming? And second of all, is there things that can be stored off-site to, if there was space available off-site, would the library be able to take advantage of some of that?
The storage part isn't, I mean,
Space constraint, storage, whatever.
well, we have 2 sheds on our property that, that we've purchased to store stuff. A lot of the storage that we're talking about is things that we use every day. So to store it offsite, I think would be kind of problematic. And what's happening is we're storing stuff under your desk. You should see my office, and I'm not a neat person, but it's I store things in my office that can't be when we can't find space. So that can impact your workflow certainly. As far as the how it's impacting programming, there's a limit as to how many people you can have in a program. And we found that, with now that we're coming out of the pandemic, we're starting to increase our numbers, but our community room is really supposed to have 60 people tops. And there are programs that we know we're going to have more than that. So we have waiting lists now. We have to say no. And also the number of programs that we can offer. We have free meeting space for the town, and that's getting used. That has gone up, considerably now that we've opened everything up. Study space. We don't have enough private study space for people. But so we can do programming, but we also are trying to have some open meeting space for the public as well. So that's where we're seeing some huge impacts. And also that when the open space for people to come in just to meet, a lot of that's gone away as you've had to take away space to either try to repurpose it or to add bookshelves or to add computers and things like that. So we're kind of maxed out as to where we can move things around. And I think the structure of the building, because part of it is old and then you added on an addition in the late 80s, they don't mesh well sometimes with the HVAC, but even the wiring, there's only so much we can do technology-wise with the wiring just based on the structure of the building. So there are all those things that are being impacted. I mean, we're trying to repurpose, we try to limit, try to take an old space and make it into a new, but that's also costly. I mean, sometimes you just can't do it.
Thank you. And then I guess you mentioned meeting space. The library provides it free for the community, but there's meeting space available here that we charge for. I mean, is there any thought of somehow getting together, just have a common schedule and maybe share, I don't know, something?
Well, there's also, we have meeting policy too. I mean, we have policies as to who can use the meeting space. We try to give preference to nonprofits and also to local organizations like the Boy Scouts or some of the sporting organizations in town. But there is a policy in place as to who can actually use them. So not anybody that's a for-profit that's trying to drum up business, they're not gonna be able to use our meeting space unless it's an internal meeting. But anything open to the public, we can't use. So we do have limitations as to who can actually use it.
And does that correspond to what ours is?
Ours is similar to that.
We discussed this probably over a year ago as we were moving around through COVID, regarding the update to our rental policy. That is something that we do need to look at now. The issue that we have is the fact that we do not have the same amount of meeting spaces that we had before, and the amount of meetings that have been taking place through our normal boards has really limited the ability for the public to rent those spaces as well. So they are going to the library, they're going to the senior center, they're going sometimes to outside agencies. So it's something we need to look at as an overall planning. Parks tends to be filled.
And I think the challenge too that you have with meeting space and even with programming is someone's got to be responsible for the room setup. Someone has to be responsible if it's after hours. That means you have to pay somebody. So that becomes a whole nother issue.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Nagel?
Just to add to ask a question that I know the answer to, but everyone else here may not know the answer to since I've been liaison to the library board meetings. First of all, open space doesn't mean just an area that's open and not there to be utilized for various functions. That just to clarify that. And I know, having toured through the library many times, that space has been a problem in terms of storage for many years, as well as for being able to do the functions of the library and having people to have places to do their work for many years. So it's cramped in that way as well. So it should be clarified that
Open space, what I really meant was more the, like, if someone wants to come in and sit and with their computer, if they want to study, if they want to just sit and read, a lot of that seating has gone away in many areas of the library. We do have a quiet study area, but even that's limited as to how many people can use
right.
it.
It's functioning
It's functional,
space, just to
absolutely.
clarify
Right.
for everyone.
We like to have it open when you walk in, but it's not open. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
more to do with seating and
Right.
a place for people to come and meet together. Right.
How much more vital is funding that position that has not been funded now than previously before? And I know it has to do with teens. Perhaps you could say a few comments about the program you've been doing and how vital that is.
Can we wait till we get to that page?
All right. Unless.
You're half it ahead of me.
Because I do know we're here, and that's important to note. It's not just to put someone on to put someone on.
Yeah.
There is a real vital need for it. Okay, fine, thank you.
Counselor Rada?
Yes, hi, Lisa. You've talked about general space and quiet space. Can you just give us an update on both the children's space and the youth teen space that are additional spaces in the library that probably are beginning to feel a crunch?
Well, the children's space is just too small for like the intended purpose now. You want to have an area where families can come and sit and for children to play and interact. That's part of it, socialization too, and also finding books. And our play area is too tiny for them to be able to do that. And then when you have programs, that, everybody descends on the children's room, there's not enough place for them to sit. And I think, that's an area where the collection itself is pretty big because it gets used a lot. Picture books, board books, especially when you're trying to teach children how to read. And so that's kind of encroached on that area that the kids used to play in. The teens have an alcove basically in the library. It's a small space. We've tried to make it theirs as much as we can, but I think for what they like and the privacy they like to have sometime, I'm not going to ever close it off and give them free reign because, you don't want to do that. But you want them to have more of a space where they can go and just be together. They can talk, they can study or do whatever, meet for study groups or for school. And they just don't really have that.
Is for anybody that's been to Winterfest, where we have the silent auction area. So it's almost a corridor. It's a relatively small space.
It's pretty small.
Okay. Good.
Children's services, you're seeing the salary decreasing for full-time and overtime. Once again, that's the pay period issue. But you are seeing part-time come up, and that is a result of the 2% and some other increases for expected raises. For dues and subscriptions, it looks like it's going up 2,700, but that's only from the revised budget. It's actually staying pretty flat. It actually is flat to the original budget this year. They had just moved stuff around for what they had to expend this year, but we're going back more to normal. So if you look down to other contractual services, you'll see that looks like it's going down, but it's actually staying quite similar to what we budgeted this year and the purposes for it. Right, here's a section with the person. There you go. You'll see, yeah, full-time is increasing for funding that position. That hadn't been funded the last couple of years. Overtime is down due to the pay periods, and part-time is up due to, I know there's some people were getting their degrees, and there was raises for that, along with the 2% was included in there. And then I'll let Lisa go on regarding the person in this one.
So this position, when it was unfunded, we were in the middle of the pandemic. So we weren't really doing much. We were doing some with the schools, but it was all remote or virtual. And we're finding, so part of it is that as we've come out and we're actually back in the schools again, what our ability to do with them, because we're down, we have like a half a person. It's a 19-hour-a-week person who does teen services, and like 10 of her hours are actually on the adult reference desk. So that's 9 hours a week that she can do teen services. And it's, you know, they used to be able to go into the schools, and I think it's important for students to see the faces and to meet them and to talk to them, and they seem to have more of an impact. But we don't really have the staffing to be able to do what we want to do or do what we should do. And, you know, when you're talking about teen services, it's middle school and high school. It's not just high school. And so what we're finding is that we are still doing book talks, virtual book talks. They're starting to do a book club again in the high school, but the middle schools want us to come in more. And that's where we can't really do it. Children's services is helping, but they are very limited because they do a lot of programming. They do a lot of outreach. We bring in the students back in for all the class visits now that you've been reading in my monthly reports, but they're also starting to do outreach in the daycares and preschools, and it's all, you know, literacy based. We're trying to get kids interested in all that, but the teen services are kind of what we're seeing is kind of being impacted the most. It's not just our collaboration with the schools, it's also doing programming for the teens to bring them into the library. It's also doing any kind of like outreach for some of the teen services. I really think in Newington, that's an area that we need to kind of try to focus on more as teens in the community, trying to give them something to do that's maybe not a sport. Not everybody is, you know, is an athlete or wants to do that all the time. They want other things to do as well. And also to help them with school. I mean, there's a lot that we can do. We've done programs in the past where we've had them talk to different businesses about how to start your own business. Maybe we were talking about the state of the town the other day, the children that might be more interested in VOTech and having them exposed to, you know, the different kinds of opportunities that they can do. And maybe, we could do programming, you could bring them in and show these kids what's available to them. But we're so limited as to what we can do that way. And then a big, another portion is like in the library itself, as I mentioned, the adult service desk. We have 2 people on that desk, from 10 a.m. until 8 p.m. every day. And some of them, part of it is for the teen person to do that as well. And it's also to build a good collection, and that takes time. So, all these things, we don't have that person anymore, and we're really seeing an impact. And there's been some talk from, one of the things I gave Janet was that there's a little bit of a perception maybe in the middle schools that we're trying to focus on the young kids and not so much on the teens anymore. And that's not the case. We just don't have that person to do what we'd like to do.
Is this position increasing that 19 to full, or that 19 would just go back to what it was intended for?
Right.
And then we'd be adding the full-time fund, not adding because that position's there, just the funding
Because
for
we
it.
had a full-time and a part-time doing teen
Okay.
services prior to 2020. I think.
What's the cost just for that full-time position?
That's okay. So that's over here.
Big book of everything.
The big book of everything?
Yeah. Budget entry, that's what it is. Big book of budget entry. I won't tell you what I called it when I dropped it this morning. Papers went everywhere.
Oh, that's.
That's the
fun.
worst.
And like in the old days of computing, when you used to drop your deck of cards.
Punch card.
I was gonna say, is it workers' comp if you drop it on your foot? 'Cause- okay, phew.
59,462.
59,460. I mean.
Could you say that again?
You know,
59,462.
I ask that for a reason, right? When we look at positions, when we talk about even like, especially Board of Ed, when I look at their budget, like their positions are probably double. A lot of them are double that. You know what I mean? So I just think people need to hear that from the perspective of what does it really cost? You're a full-time position and you think it's going to be an astronomical amount. To me, that's not
Yes.
a lot to ask for what they can provide the library. So that was my point in asking it. I think that's a good bang for your buck.
On this department. To the next one, which is building. A slight increase to the part-time. That's, once again, wage increase we built in there. And other contractual services. It's just a maintenance fees for some security camera increase.
The increase in part-time, is that for the custodian? Maintenance man, well, whatever we're calling in these days, yeah.
Dave.
Dave, we'll call him Dave, that increase for Dave.
Even better.
And Dave stands for what?
All right, thank you.
Next is collection management. The full-time salary, this is the pay period reduction. The overtime is increasing to $25, and the part-time is that 2% again. No other changes in this department. Step increase is showing up for the full-time. Overtime going down, once again for pay periods. And I think we reallocated for fewer overtime hours on that one. Part-time is increasing because we've got some step increases and we're getting some degrees and expected raises for these part-timers. Have to remember, we have to be very careful that we keep them above minimum wage. So some of them were kind of, that is going up. And same issue with regarding the seasonal.
That printing and binding keeps, it's like everybody's, it's just an overall increase that we're seeing, right? It's crazy.
And the last one is this small amount for the Hubbard Book Fund. You saw it coming in revenue. It comes out here, goes in there. It's a wash there.
Council comment or question?
What do you do with the
Counselor
Hubbard
Menke,
book?
who doesn't ever raise his
I'm
hand?
sorry. Wait a minute, don't say anything.
Pull out your ruler.
Go ahead.
I can't make my mouse work now. What does Hubbard Book Fund do? Just remind me again.
Yeah, basically.
Book?
Well,
Probably, yeah, I would
Half a
say
book.
about, yeah, maybe a book.
Sorry, I'll raise my hand from now on.
Maybe two for nothing.
Yeah.
If he starts jumping, you'll know why. Anyone else? No? Okay, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you for everything you do for the town.
Is Parks and Recreation and Grounds. Got it.
First page, which once again is the personnel summary. There are no additions to personnel. It's the same, no increases. In the admin section, you will see that full-time salary is increasing. This is once again due to the 2%. Part-time, they're not going to have those part-time wages. That kind of, it was in here, they took it out. And then you're seeing small increases, a lot of these for the conferences we talked about going up, the dues and subscriptions. I know they're planning on some additional training, that's increasing. The equipment rental, I think they said that, what was that for? Sorry, going back to my notes over here. Yeah, the other ones are just, the equipment maintenance and rental is rising cost for some of the things within their office that they pay for annually. That there's not a significant change for the admin.
Question. Part-time, is that seasonal?
Not this one. It was just a small part-time person that was working in their office to fill in. You'll see the seasonal in the parks and grounds.
Nothing else, we're good.
Parks and grounds, full-time salaries went down to pay periods. Once again, those are all AFSCME workers. Part-time went up small amount due to the 2% increase for part-timers. This is where you'll see the seasonal people. That did increase for 21,000. They're having problems finding seasonals, so they did increase the hourly rate for that. And longevity is tied into the AFSCME contract. Meetings and conference meeting trainings on this, if you'll notice, it's flat to our original budget for this year, but it's down from what we did the revise. They did some additional training this year, so they moved money around within their department to do that. And equipment rental, I know we talked about this because we had to do the mid-year transfer. The rental for porta potties has significantly increased, along with the request to put them in some additional areas. I think it wasn't built into this year's budget. Let's see it. Okay. Next year's. Agriculture supplies and in construction and materials, it is just the rising costs of materials on highway. They're just seeing it kind of go a little bit through the roof. And those were the only changes for this department.
Draco?
Who has her hand raised? Looking at, I mean, I know construction and maintenance materials went up in all departments. But this, I think, unless my math is wrong, it's not even 200%, it's 300%. That's far significant over what other departments have put in. Can you explain that?
I'm sorry, also in this one, just so you know, they originally put the cost for painting the pool in CIP and it did not qualify. So within the materials here is the cost. It's a one-time hit. You won't be doing it every year for painting.
It's done by seasonal.
On the bottom, it says increase in construction maintenance materials due to rising costs. Also, complete painting of one pool is added.
You good? Yeah, I guess. Counselor Menke?
I have no questions, just want to practice raising my hand.
What a wise guy.
You need it.
Counselor Page?
Thanks, Mary. Just agricultural supplies, what is that? What is, is it fertilizer or is it? What is it?
Yeah, soil, fertilizer, grass seed, stuff like
Okay,
that.
thanks.
Yeah.
Need me to move him over to an attendee for you, let me know.
Cemeteries is the next one. We did discuss this one, but those three vacant positions are still within that full-time salary. So.
Okay.
We have down, they're in there this year. We could let them in next year. Changes need to be known, just, let us know. Part-time, that's increased for the 2%. And I do believe to make sure that we're staying within the minimum wage. A slight increase for agricultural supplies down here. And technical equipment changes every year. This year, it's going to be the replacement of a zero-turn mower. So it depends on which equipment they need every year, what they will fund there.
Draco?
Okay, I'm confused a little bit now, because we talked about cemetery revenue and we talked about equipment reserve
The
and whatever.
cemetery fund pays for all of this.
Oh,
a wash.
okay. thank
It's
you.
a wash. You'll see the revenue coming in. You'll see this is the expenditures that match that. So when I said if we change the number of workers within this expense department, you also change the revenue because it's a direct wash.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, we're good.
Historical properties. I know we put it in the CIP. I gotta be honest, I'm not sure why we keep it here, but I did not change it. It's $500. So, never really spend it, so. We've got the money within CIP for historical properties, so. I'm not sure what you guys want to use this for. It's there if you do, just to remind you.
What because there was 0 in this for like ever. And I think it was just an attempt to say, okay, we do care about our historical properties. And the fact is that if we get that historical loop or whatever, we'll have a little bit in there. And then if we go for grants or whatever, we can say, yeah, the town does care about its historical. And there was no particular project, I believe, in mind for this. It was just a statement that we care about our historical properties and we can perhaps go after
I was
grants.
just bringing it up because like 2 years ago, we started the other one, historical properties within CIP.
Right,
so-
which that one can accrue, but this one doesn't accrue. Right.
So, just bringing that because we've never spent this. That's all.
So that is something to think about. If we want to just
$500.
take it, I know, but just to, like, is there a need to have it in this budget if we're doing it in a different way in CIP? Yeah. Counselor Page?
So is the CIP adequate to cover then? I know we've had problems with the roof recently, relatively recently on one of the homes, and there were understandable concerns about how that went down. But is that CIP going to, moving forward, make sure we pay attention to those historical properties
It's keeping the money there and building it. If something like that comes up again and we don't get a grant like we did in this case, that you have something there.
So that
to
covers
address
it, it covers painting it and fixing doors and replacing a window.
Sometimes they'll even take the operational out of facilities money to do like paint and like interior paint jobs. I know in the past and different projects like that have been paid out of facilities. So it's a combination to make sure we can cover all the needs.
And again, one more question, I'm sorry. Is there like a standard for how often those historic properties are assessed for their condition so that we are staying on top, or is that?
That would probably be a question for Joe, but I believe he does go around all the facilities, town-owned facilities.
Continuing that as
Yeah.
part of the Owens project
Yep.
review, continuing to make sure that those projects are being
They're so
prioritized.
fragile, but precious to our town. So, all right, thanks.
Counselor Camillo?
I believe at one point the Kellogg House had a resident in it. Was that true, Dave?
It did.
It has
You said a
a
caretaker.
caretaker.
Yeah. So they would walk through the house and see what was needed to be done. I know we had
More than that.
raccoons in there at one point.
I do more than that.
Yeah.
We
I
actually
can't tell you
did,
specifically.
we bought the paint for the caretaker to do some painting inside a few years ago.
Thank you.
Is that person still in residence there?
There are two houses, excuse me for interrupting. There are two houses. And the Kelloggetti is the one where someone's is a caretaker, and I don't know if they pay rent or not, or it's part of the deal. The other house, the Kelsey house, there is a renter, but he also volunteers to do maintenance and is there to protect the facility. It's good to have someone there full-time in a facility when no one else is there for a variety of reasons, which
Insurance loves it
is,
too.
yes, absolutely. Sorry to interrupt, but I had an answer for you. They're two different situations.
That's helpful, thank you. All right, there's no other hands, so we're good?
Okay. Tree maintenance, this is the last one. This is another one where we did a mid-year transfer. So if you're looking at the consultant special contractors, this is, we brought it up to 60,000. That's more than the 50,000 we had budgeted, but a little bit less than what we transferred into there during the mid-year transfers by 5,000. There's a lot of projects going on. I know that Parks and Grounds have been pulled into removing trees for the sidewalk projects that were going on. I know there's some more that's going to happen. So keeping this amount up there, I think might be a good thing.
Okay. No questions, we're good? Oh, Counselor Donahue?
I'll raise my hand.
Sorry. We're all having issues with these computers today. It's a rough day.
I forgot what the hell I was gonna say. I'll come back to you if I think if it pops back in there.
Trees, we were talking trees.
Trees.
Oh, for like a project, for like a state project, we're getting pulled in to remove trees?
We internally do projects like Gary was doing, a lot of our past engineer was doing some sidewalk projects. He'll need the trees removed, some trees removed to fix or put in additional sidewalks.
All right.
Insurance and
Hand ready,
miscellaneous.
this is your topic.
The first section being municipal insurance, kind of want to explain, when you look at the top of the top of the page with the two summaries, those are intended to be the total of what's below. So contracted services, you'll have a total, and this one happens to have a separate total, which is transfers to other funds, which is that reimbursement to the insurance fund that you'll see on the bottom. So those should match. I did find one instance where it didn't, and when we get to that page, we'll go over it. We had a reduction in workers' comp. These are all based on renewals. General liability did increase slightly. Umbrella went down, police liability went down, public officials went down, and there was a slight increase in property coverage. Everything else stayed flat, and these are all based on the results from our agent of record.
That's good news.
This is the Greater Hartford Transit District. So this is based on the calculation charge that they gave us, an increase of $310 for a total of $5,502. I can get details. I know in the past you guys have asked for details on what they cover and what they do. I can get that. I believe the senior center has a lot of that information. If you're looking for it, I will put it on my list. Sorry.
Thank you. I don't see any hands up, so we're good.
Not as pretty section, the miscellaneous employee benefits. This is the one that didn't match. So if you're noticing, if you go under the manager proposal 2023-24, that amount should be the $10,781,891. It is an increase, as it should match the bottom, which is an increase of $448,105 or 4.34%. Really only good news out of this whole section is medical insurance. Yay, our claims have been nice. We came in at a renewed at a 0% increase for what we need to contribute to that fund.
Good.
So we got a slight reduction to some of the other costs in there, but the majority of that is us paying into the health benefit fund. Included within this is in the medical insurance is our funding of the OPEB fund. That is this year $797,600, or proposed for next year, I should say. That just went up slightly. Not bad though, considering how bad the market was, as you'll see with some of these other ones. Life insurance increased. Life insurance is based on wages. Wages increase, life insurance increases. Retirement. This one is the funding for all your pension plans. Includes the police, admin, municipal, and fire are all included under here. This is an increase of just the increase for the pension plans were $325,748. The other increases that make up this difference were the pay in lieu and some of the other charges that we were seeing for retirement benefits. Social Security, Medicare, all based on wages increase, and other benefits is just a small increase for some of the miscellaneous that is included under this program.
Yeah, at our last meeting, we had a resident who sits on one of the committees who came in questioning the pension benefit contribution. I know I had a follow-up conversation with you, but can you just, for the council's sake, explain that a little bit?
So every year, the actual actuaries will go and they'll do their calculation and they'll come to me with options of how we can fund this. They do it based on the calculations. We talk about what calculations they have in front of us and we go with one of their options. I have never gone with the options that says we funded the least, and I've never gone with the option where we funded the most expensive. I kind of stick in the middle. It's what I've done the past 3 or 4 years. But this year I did ask them to actually do an additional calculation for me because the committee was looking to see the rate of return for our pensions reduced again, and they didn't have that option, which cost us a little bit more, but it was the program we'd set in place with the committee to look to see that rate of return when they're doing the calculations reduced. So it's based on what the actuary comes back to us with their options. There is a proposal that will be coming before you that I think the committee wants to get more involved in that determination and the budget determination. So, but it has in the past and has always been management's decision on what we contribute to that.
What's your level of comfort with the percent we're at now with the pensions?
It's this past year, we took a huge hit this past year. Everybody did. It was the losses that we had on across all 3 pensions were bad. The police pension continues to grow. It's the only open pension we still have under this. The other ones are all closed pensions, but we're still low on funding on those. And I kind of want to suggest at the end of the year, should there be anything left in surplus, that we maybe throw something at some of these pension plans. Anne had actually done that in the past a couple of times.
Okay.
That we looked to do that. We were growing the couple of years before that, so there was no need for it, but this past year was very bad. So we might want to consider that if I find at the end of the year we have something left in our little toolbox that we throw a little bit towards them. The actuary stated, and I'll say this, our OPEB fund though, that we had that also took a little hit is better than most of those in the state because most of them don't even fund it. They set up the trust, but they don't always annually fund it. We do.
Okay.
So we are addressing that, but I think some of these pension plans we do have to address. When we get further on in here, which is something that I want to talk to our actuaries about too, and we'll have to talk to legal about, there is the employee leave. This was set up long before I got here for people to get paid out vacation. These are grandfathered people and get paid out sick time, when they leave. Nobody gets sick time paid out anymore. We have on the town side 5 employees left in there.
Okay.
That's it. I got to double check with the Board of Ed. It's really reduced down. There is money in that fund. When we're done with that liability, I want to talk about moving that funds over to help out with the pension.
Oh, okay.
Try to bridge that gap because I think there hadn't been an actuarial study done in like 10 years when I got here a couple of years in. They did do it, and that's when they reduced the amount of town funding needed in the Board of Ed, but it had built up to such a nice cushy amount before that, that there is potential for us to do that. If I talk to the actuaries and legal and see if that's allowed, because it is a fund we set up for that purpose. But if that purpose is done, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. Counselor Page?
Thanks, Mary. Yeah, just 2 questions. One is to the mayor's points. Really, those were my questions, but I guess in terms of our comfort level, yours as an expert knowledge on this, are there, again, objective kind of standards from actuaries or other agencies that monitor the funding levels of pensions that we can use as a marker to determine, to judge whether or not we're in good shape or bad?
Yeah, that's one of the actuarial functions that they do when they give the report, because they're doing these reports for more than just us, a lot of different places.
That's what you just said. I just wanted to, I don't understand it.
They'll come back to me with their ideas on getting it funded. I mean, I think the committee's frustration, and I can understand it, is they were expected to be like almost 100% funded, and that's not how it worked out. But it's tough to say we're going to 100% fund this in a year. That would be huge. It'd be crazy. So I think that's something we need to look at, trying to get there a little bit more aggressively, knowing that we have a lot of other constraints on the money we have.
And my only second question is if this is out of place for this, then tell me, which is, as we're talking about pensions, I know maybe born out of my ignorance of the fire department's pensions, when I had heard, that they hadn't gotten a cost of living. You explained, and others here had explained, that because it's a closed pension, because you just mentioned, well, this is an open pension. I didn't know the difference between an open and a closed, so forgive me. But because it's a closed pension and because of the way it was designed, that is not open for review for COLA.
No, but I did sit down, just, with the fire commissioners Thursday morning. I sat down and talked to them, and I gave them a copy of their current pension that they have, the open one. And my suggestions was, if you want to do some kind of increase, you do it to the contributions to the open one. You suggest that, you don't touch the closed one.
And I appreciate you're educating me on that, only because, I believe that if as employers, we do have a pension and that is open and subject to adjusting for inflation to the extent we can, I feel we have a moral obligation to look at that and discuss that. Again, to the extent we can do that, these folks run into burning buildings, and I think we all agree that along with our police and our EMS, that they deserve the recognition through their funding and so forth.
And I'll let you know, the latest copy that I found of that pension plan, I don't think anything's been increased since 1999. So
I'd just like to look at that again.
it's,
I appreciate it.
I told them to, I gave them the copy of it, said, come back with your proposal, and we break it before, if that's what they wanted to do.
All right, thank you.
And they are the admins of that.
They are the admins.
So it's
I
not
am-
you. I just want to
I'm
make that
a-
clear. No, because there were some comments made previously suggesting that Janet was at fault for not having been
yeah.
handling it appropriately. No, not, but just, so I want to make sure
Hold
that
your
people
money.
understand. Yeah,
I appreciate that.
yeah.
Very heavy purse.
It's a very heavy purse, but yeah, so that's why I met with them, so they understood, and that if they want changes to it, it's up to them to propose that and bring it forward.
I would just point out, in my discussion with their finance director, none of our pension plans have COLAs with them. They're all set plans, so there is no COLA with any of them. So if we open it to a COLA for them, then we'd have to open a COLA for everybody.
Yeah.
And then people who weren't on the pension plan would want to then join the pension plan, and it would be a negotiating nightmare, I would think. We'd have to negotiate contracts and all
We
that kind of
closed
stuff.
it for a reason.
Yeah, and now the pension is the typical, or the usual 401k. where you
Yep,
put money
defined
in, you put-
contribution.
we put money in, the employee puts money in, you get whatever your investments are at the end of the retirement, you get, you
We let you manage yours. There you
use
go.
it as you wish. Which sometimes is a good thing, and if it was my case, I'd screw up the investments and I'd be broke by the end of my retirement.
We're good?
On the next page, the donations and contributions, we left those flat. You guys, you wanna do it? So, Memorial Day, Community Access Television, and the veteran firefighters.
Is there a balance left in the 150th? Where do we stand on that committee? Do you know?
I think we closed that out. I think
Transferred the funding to them. They have their own separate account.
Yeah.
And they actually allocated the funds during their last meeting to specific projects that they'll be completing and then coming to you as a final report.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Draco, I'll save you the clip.
Do you know, I'm just curious, because I had heard some things, some good suggestions and some bad suggestions, or not bad, in my opinion, inappropriate suggestions, shall we say, for 150th anniversary, but there were some good things too. Do we know how those funds were allocated, the remaining funds?
They were doing, and our recording secretary is there as well, does the minutes, so she can correct me if I need to. They allocated funding for some new benches. They allocated funding for one of the kiosk terminals, as we had discussed previously, and us offsetting it with another one through ARPA funds. We discussed a tree, sort of to replace the old oak. It's not an actual scion, unfortunately, because those are very difficult to come across.
Restoration to.
Oh, the cemetery restorations. Yep.
And that was it.
I think it was 4 items total.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Mankey?
Just to refresh everybody's mind, once, I believe that the ordinance that formed that committee said, once the last activity happens, they have 6 months then to come back to the council, report how the money was spent, which money was collected, and how the money was spent. So then that would then sunset that committee. I believe it was at 6 months after the last function. So whenever the last function of the committee was, then 6 months from there, they would have to get back and report.
Thank you.
And I believe the treasurer has to get a report, just FYI.
Okay. We're good.
Consistency stayed flat. I know the description still says it's like, 1/10%. It's not. So that description is not correct. I keep on trying to send myself to correct it. It's just stayed flat at the 48,500.
Oh, originally set up that way, or?
Way back when. Is that this amount's never changed since I've been here. And of course, the budget's increased. And I just looked at the other day, I'm like, well, that's not right. So just, you know, the description is not correct. It's just stayed flat at the 48,500.
Okay, we're good.
Special contingencies, so this includes the base of the 200,000 that we put in there, but it also has potentials for other salary increases as needed. And included this is the AFSCME negotiations that is almost complete, hopefully.
We have a tentative agreement in place. We're waiting for ratification from the union, and we hope
And
to have
we'll bring
that
it to
signed
you
shortly.
guys.
I know you guys worked really hard on that. That took a lot of hours, so thank you for your efforts on that. We'll see. Hopefully it gets ratified and comes to us for.
Now, my understanding, they have their union meeting today. I believe it started at noon.
Yeah.
We're good.
The next section is debt, which we kind of went over, but these will give you the numbers. $812,001 increase. The projects are listed up above that we're including in this at the estimated. Once again, Anna Reynolds, I'm knocking on wood and hoping it comes in at what we're estimating at the 4%. But that we won't know that until the end of May.
This chart is what we need for state of the town. I used this to explain. I had it on a note card.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, this is just a nicer format than that other one. Is a little hard for, I think, for folks to read.
And it does say here the debt service increased by the 867,000. It did, but remember you still had some premium left that we moved over to offset that. So that's the full amount you're kind of see the increase for.
Okay. No hands, we're good?
Okay. Metropolitan District. We gave less than last year, which in total, and the reason we're getting a discount is because our percentage of it decreased slightly from 9.05 to 9%. So that's causing the reduction of the $17,517. But we didn't see it go up, so we're happy.
They were citing, I'm sorry, I didn't raise my hand.
Go ahead, Councilor Page. Thank you.
Is that, they were citing efficiencies of our appliances and other things, I guess?
There's a lot of different reasons why they're doing it during their budget meetings, but they overall came up with some money from the reserve.
Good.
Different legal things I think going on with that they're hoping to get settled.
Gift horse them up, okay. Keeps moving.
Usually it's an increase, so. The next section is capital improvement, which we already did.
We leave the liability.
These are the actuarial figures from what they're requesting we transfer in. It went down slightly for the Board of Ed and down for us. This is reflecting the fact that we only have 5 members still in this plan to pay out. But you'll notice kind of the budgets, the closing balance is at 478,000 even with our proposed, and that's a very, I'll call it, that's a very conservative saying our expenses are going to be higher. So. Next section for the question that is the Board of Education, which is already Tuesday night. And here are where our special revenue and other funds are. We discussed the cemetery fund somewhat, and their transfer into us.
Which section are we in now?
Special revenue, other funds.
This one.
Nope. You're keep going in the book.
They're there.
Yellow.
Last yellow.
Empty. Empty. It's good, I'll look on, don't worry. Don't mind me. Sorry, don't mind me, I'll look on.
You must have pulled it out.
Right, Gail? Verified. I'm not cuckoo. Okay, thank you. Well,
Here we cover cemetery fund, road aid, LoSiP, recreation, that's their enterprise one. Human services, the needs and donations, when we talked about where the membership fees and stuff go, that's the senior center donations, that's where those memberships go. The insurance reserve fund, that was when we discussed the 125, the public school capital improvement, health benefits, land acquisition, the recreation CIP, and technology fund. So I'll kind of go through this, but that's what's all covered under this special revenue and other funds. Cemetery funds, not really seeing too much of a difference where they currently are. They put down their expenditures based on what they need for the year. You are seeing the transfer to us, which could change this. They have capital improvements that they plan every year. That's staying at 60. Capital outlay for ground equipment, that went up just slightly. And otherwise, the only increase they really have in here is the transfer to us for salaries. And they show up above, by the way, their expected receipts. Their investment income, just so you know, it is low. This is another one that has, with interest income is the investment. So it's combined. So they're not really increasing theirs to show that it's going to go anywhere. Their internment charges, grave sales, and the state grant for markers, which is only 1,000. State, basically, they went up in grave sales and internment charges, but everything else stayed pretty solid from the adjusted budget.
Deputy Mayor Draco?
I just want to clarify. So the opening balance, is that a true opening balance? And just, not just for this, but just for all of these funds, that's a true opening balance. It's not anticipated revenue. Okay, so the,
So the one you had, so just so you know, I mean, this is on the left hand. So what you're showing is a starting balance 2020-23. The adjusted budget, that opening balance, that's actually the opening balance.
the 1594.
Nope,
Wait a minute, no.
nope, nope.
Oh, the
1874, that's the true. When you're getting over here, where you're seeing the 1594, that's the estimated after 12 months. So,
For the 23-24 year.
yep,
Okay, so then, so that is estimated. Is the point? Okay, so funds that are left at the end of the year, do they roll over? They roll over. So the point, yeah,
yes.
the point isn't to use it or lose it. The point is to use your funds appropriately and hopefully have some.
They use these expenditures and the revenue within an operation, but the fund balance always stays there.
Okay.
So the next year, they'll come up just like your operational with another list of budgets for their receipts and their expenditures.
And if they weren't exact in their estimations, it could be
So what's available the
0
next year.
to
Mhm.
2 million. Okay, thank you.
The next one being road aid maintenance. This is the amount that offsets the 1.5 million for our roads. So 400,000 of it is out of here. It is part of a grant. We usually do expect to get 412, but we like to leave like that 12 in there just in case something goes over, something happens, pothole cover, fixing, stuff like that. So 400,000 is the amount, same as prior years. If you'll notice, we're estimating to use at the end of this year, 457, and that's due to the overages we had for the projects during this past year that we just, it came up, it was already starting rising then. There'll be a small ending balance, but nothing significant. The next one is LoSiP. That is the same idea as town rate owed. We use 200,000 of what we received for that. We're expecting to receive 214,000 to do the roads. So when we say we're allocating 1.5 for the roads, 600,000 of it is coming out of here. The remainder of it comes out of the operational, the other revenues that we receive. So those, and we have to apply every year to get reimbursement for those.
The next one is the recreational enterprise. They have all their estimated receipts and then the appropriations. Some of them have gone up and down based on historically what they've seen. Some of them had stayed flat to the original budget we had. Programs that they just fund. And I'll once again say on this one, if it goes over $1 million, a balance at the end of the year, that gets transferred over to the recreation CIP. We're not expecting that unless we're expecting it actually to end at $1 million.
Deputy Mayor Bedrejko?
Again, I'm sorry. I'm just having a little difficulty. For example, under adults, estimated receipts. The estimated, it was 120,000, but looks like we're only gonna get 80,000. But yet we're saying again, we're gonna get 100.
That is, I mean, I can ask Bill about that, but that might be because they had to cancel some programs. For some reason, they didn't have the space, but they're coming back to that budgeted amount again.
Okay, and the same, and like with,
That's a good question, though.
with summer camp and, so summer camp, are they raising rates?
Summer camp is going up. I think that might be, I don't know if they're raising rates or they're anticipating, they had a lot of enrollment this past year. I know personally, because my daughter was one of the counselors, they had problems getting enough counselors for all the kids who applied for the camp this past year.
And the same again, if you could ask Bill about preschool, it looks like we got almost, 293,000, but yet we're saying this year we're only gonna get 237,000. I mean,
I can ask them to
figures
re-review
don't-
these. I can ask them to review. We try to do an estimate with them, but I will say I'm looking for them to maybe go more in depth on these. We don't go through them because we don't know which programs they're gonna do. We can't project. So we kind of sit down with them, but I have talked to Bill about doing a little bit more in-depth look at all these numbers. Because there's a lot of transfers between some of the expense lines that we do during the year. And I said to him, I prefer it just be in the right expense line. But I think he's just going historically, if in total I'm there when I want to be, I'm okay. I'm not favored that.
Yeah, but
and
maybe the
that's something
total
we're
was
gonna-
off. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe the total was wrong. Yes, it should be higher or lower. I don't know. But anyway, okay, thank you.
Yep.
I don't see any other hands, so we're good.
This next is the human services needs and donations. This is just a small account where they have donated items, donations for prevention social work, some other contributions that offset some of their special needs, their holiday, their food baskets, some of the prevention work they do in the Challenger course are all paid out of here.
Okay.
Senior and disabled, this is where your membership fee we were talking about comes in, coffee shop revenue, the gift shops, donations, and then it helps to defray like membership costs, like their cards or anything else like that. The coffee shop expenses for some of the supplies, the gift shop expenses they need, and some of the donations expenses. I think they take some of their trips out of here too.
Counselor Page?
Just a question, thanks, Mayor, about the, unless I'm missing something, the actual revenue 21, 22, and then 22, 23, it seems like there's big jumps on those numbers.
That was the year during COVID where they really
Oh,
weren't
of course,
doing
I'm
anything.
sorry.
That's
I'm like,
okay.
what's going on? Oh, that's right, there was actually nobody there. so-
Something going on
Yeah,
that year.
they just started coming back, really,
thank
really,
you.
really coming back this year. Yeah. We weren't even opening the doors to them.
Yeah,
so
of
they
course.
really weren't there.
One guy having coffee in there, that was about it.
Poor seniors out in the parking
A lot of donations.
Beat me to it.
A lot of donations, though.
Yes. That the next one's the insurance reserve fund. This is where I mentioned under insurance and stuff, you saw that $125,000 transfer. This is where you pay out your losses for your deductibles, and there's insurance payments. We may kind of deal way back to kind of pay in arrears for some of the assessments for workers' comps. That's paid out of here. This one is, the next one's the public school CIP, and they put out their projected funds. This is the fund that can't go over 1.2 million, and if there is 1.2 million after the year that's not encumbered or spent, it comes back to the general fund. They have their estimated revenue here, along with all the proposed projects. They have painting, carpeting, district-wide security and safety, technology equipment, district-wide HVAC, district-wide playground renovations, district-wide blacktop and paving, and district-wide vehicles. Wow, the 1.2 million. On your sheet from the CIP that has the balances, their balances in these funds are at the very end of this report. And there's really not much left that they have appropriated. They kind of moved everything around from the original, where there's playground renovations for 29,791 left in there, and technology for 285,350. So they technology was originally in CIP. The determination was come while the committee was still in place that it didn't belong there. So they've moved it over into their public school within their operation to pay for some of those items.
Counselor Page?
Thanks, Mary. So is there under tuition receipts, was that an additional, if I'm reading it right, additional 400,000 or 500,000 that came in, or that's?
Come in, yeah. If you look, originally budget 800,000, they're expecting to get 1.2 million, almost.
And what
1.3.
happens to that extra money? Maybe you just said it.
The
in the other
extra
sheet.
money, if it's over 1.2 million at the end of the year, it goes back to the general fund.
Sorry, I'm not getting it. So if there's a projected 8, or if there's a budgeted 8 and we get almost 1.3, that's.
If they don't have plans to spend it or encumber it before the fiscal year end, anything over the fund balance of 1.2 would come back to the general fund.
I wasn't sure if that was, I didn't know if that would go into like an MOU or some other.
They do have one out there.
That's one of the ones that'll be coming forward to the full council for consideration, which the language that's around, I'm trying to think, this is the open choice piece, right, Janet? This one is, yeah. So it's around open choice tuitions, the fact that they will be around, I think it's about $400,000
Right.
over this amount.
Right.
They want to, the way I'm reading the MOU that I saw the draft of it, is that they're asking us to allow them to put that 400,000 extra into their non-lapsing. But it very specifically says in the MOU above the 1% that's already allowed, which makes me question, are they planning on having a 1%? Which is like 708, whatever their current budget is, around 800,000 plus this. And I guess my question would be, why would we do that when the automatic would be that 400 would come back into the general fund to offset the current year budget? So that's something the council will discuss when it comes forward as an agenda item, which I had asked James to put on the list for our next.
Okay,
So
thanks.
I will tell you that, go back to revenue for a second, sorry, because it's not a number we discussed, but you do see it on page 1, that I did increase the amount coming from the general fund reserve to balance. It's usually 2.5 million. I made 2.9 to kind of reflect giving.
Because in the past, the MOUs have done where it goes into general fund to offset the ask.
Yeah.
But now when I read the fine print of that MOU that was provided, it looks very different. It looks like they're asking for it to go into non-lapsing. So that's something we have to talk further about. And why it hadn't gone on an agenda yet was that I was asking Maureen some questions about it to clarify kind of what the intent was. Because Janet had the thought process that it was going into general fund. And then when I read it, I said, it doesn't look like general fund. It looks like non-lapsing, and that's what it says. So,
Okay.
And I know at the finance committee meeting the other night, the board chair, the chairman of that committee, Ms. Yap, did ask that question in the committee structure. Could that MOU go into the general fund instead? So they discussed it a little bit. So that may go back to the board for consideration too.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Anything else on public school CIP? Next is the health benefit fund. Both the town and the board did pretty well on our renewals. There's only a slight increase for the board, no increase for us. So the numbers are looking good. That's why this is where we put our money out of medical insurance. It comes over here to fund the claims because we're self-funded. And we get the amount from the Board of Ed out of theirs to fund their portion of it. This was kind of, I don't know if it's optimistic. I think we're seeing a shift a little bit more of the, some of the claims coming out of the OPEB, not out of here. So we reflected that. But if we have a fund balance, even at the end of this year, are estimated at 2.3 million. If you look on the bottom, it's saying how much they think we should have for a reserve, and that's about 2.6. So we're doing very nicely in reserve. I want to keep it that way because the town takes the whole risk on this. So just in case something happens, we have that sitting there. But we have historically the last few years been doing very well in this fund. We are starting to see more usage and people going back for different procedures or going to the doctors. We saw some large loss claims that did hit us this past year. We will see an increase in the stop loss coverage charge coming up this year. But overall, it really is a healthy picture that I'm looking at. I did the March estimate of where we would end the year for the town and the Board of Ed for the credit that you usually give them. The town is still doing pretty good. It looked like we would have a credit of 200 and something thousand. Of course, that could go down to nothing in a heartbeat by the end of the year. But it was showing for the first time, like since I've been here, that the Board of Ed was in the negative. Which means we have to cover it. So even though I think we have a credit, they'll have a negative, hopefully to offset that. But yeah, this was the first time. I will say, when we did renewal last year, our agent of record, when they did renewal, there was a group of employees that union, I think it was a group from the stairs, they were reflecting in the renewal their claims on our side, on the town side, and not the Board of Ed. So I think they underestimated maybe a little what the Board of Ed's renewal number should have been due to that. It was about 26 employees.
And just to tag in on this, when you asked about the MOU on the other area, this is a second MOU that the Board of Ed is bringing forward to us. That'll be on the agenda, where they are saying that they still have the, if you go back a slide, can you go back a slide? Because I think that's where the dollar amount is. I think that's what I saw. The 156. Yeah, 156,577 is what their credit was that they received, but it was from last year, not this year, which is where I had some confusion and did some research this week. So I just spoke with Dr. Brummett, and she said it's the 156,577. That was their credit last fiscal year, not the projected, which has gone into the negative this year. But there was some confusion around that. I still don't understand that, to be quite frank, on how it reflected.
When they do their budget for the renewal, they do it at the full cost because they don't know what their credit's going to be. So whatever the agent of record gives them for renewal, that's what they budget. We gave them a credit at the end of the year of the 156,000. They took that credit this year, so the amount they budgeted
Was
compared to what
minus
they
that
have
amount.
to pay, they've got a little surplus there. So that's what they are kind of
Okay.
trying to negotiate with.
So the memos that I saw, I'm forgetting I saw those,
Yep,
and
they actually use that.
you vetted it, and there is that credit. We were trying to vet whether there was actually that amount of credit, because it looked like they had already offset it earlier in the year, and so we were trying to vet if that was.
They used the credit, but
Actual.
it created a surplus within their budget.
Okay.
And that's what they're trying to use, is that surplus.
So now we can discuss the MOU, now that we have vetted it.
They're kind of in the hole and we're covering them.
Right.
Right. Right,
That's the deal. Yeah, that's the deal.
that is the deal.
Yeah,
Yep.
I know.
We have a hand up, I'm sorry. Deputy Mayor Bedrejko?
Can you just go back to what is said about when they were doing their projections? They, for 4 employees, they put it on our town side.
The agent of record, when they did the projection for this current year's renewal for insurance, there were approximately 26 employees that were Board of Ed employees, but they were included in our numbers. So
Technically, our claim, so our claim would be in,
our claim would be favorable, and that was causing the Board of Ed to be in the hole because the claims are actually theirs and not ours.
Okay, I see.
Yep.
Okay, because the actual, when the claims come in, they'll be allocated to the Board of Ed and not, okay.
The actual billing was correct. It was just the allocation when they did the renewal. And Jen Mazzaro Cook looked at it again. She goes, we don't have this many members. And she mentions it again. She made them go back and look at it when we were doing renewal. And they go, and the Board of Ed said the same thing. We don't look like we have as much as we were supposed to be. And we were both saying we were off about the same amount. And that's when they went to look at the data they were pulling for a renewal. And they pulled a new group that had been one of the new unions upstairs and included them on our side instead of theirs.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That's been corrected for this budget that we don't have to know. Anything else on health benefits?
Nope.
Land acquisition? Steady, you see the expense coming out, the 20,000 going in. We say appropriations for 20,000 but we've never purchased anything. So if we don't next year, we will still have next year 172,000 available, 166, should we want to purchase it. Now let's see here. The next one is recreation CIP. They do not have over $1 million. There's no money going in here. There's no mistake. That's why there's all zeros on the right-hand side, because there's no funding coming in, so there could be no appropriations. And technology fund, this is just a transfer to the technology fund. I know the balance is showing us 1.4 million. That's going to go down as we start paying a lot of the things that we just got. Like we had, we're having the computers. Everybody got new computers, the monitors, 2 monitors, which was awesome. We
Full
didn't have that
desktop
before.
rollout, yeah.
And then now it being a laptop instead of a desktop for all of us in the docking stations, which is great. So you're going to see, I know it looks like a high balance, but I know there's still bills outstanding that you're going to see that go down. I know it says 450 for the appropriations this year, but I think it's going to actually be more than that. And I know they just renewed Microsoft license, which I don't think is in that total. So what you see as a fund balance is going to start getting eaten away. Yeah. And that's it. That's all I got for you.
Draco.
I'm sorry, going back one page to the recreation CIP fund. Again, can you explain why there's not, every other fund has estimates or something, why doesn't this have?
Right on the left-hand side.
These are the estimates, but then there's nothing projected for this coming year because there's no money going into it.
This is solely funded if the recreation enterprise fund gets over $1 million, the balance.
Okay, so the balance is below.
You're seeing all zeros on the right-hand side.
Okay, but they will be getting, I mean.
$1 million. That's the only funding that goes into this.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank
Yep.
you.
Counselor Page?
Yeah, and were you, just for process, so I understand, is this a time just to do a couple of cleanup questions? And then we're going to executive session, is that? Or should I wait for my questions for Janet after, or you're gonna be gone?
I'm gone.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
Gone.
You catch me now.
out of order. Just a couple of questions. One is, and Rose will tell us, I hope, if she comes back on.
She's still here.
I'm sorry?
She's still here.
Good, because I wanted to just ask, and again, I don't know fully even how to ask it other than echoing Rose's comments. To the degree to which the CIP, going back to that, has any vagaries or generalities, can you just help me understand what that might be alluding to? Because when I go through this, as we just did, there's a lot of specificity about this project and that project and this building and that building and the door and the window and the, so.
There was some things kind of combined, like we talked about the roofs. We did put that into one. We were kind of considering that, and if there's a large list, to add an appendix to your book.
Yeah.
To specify which ones, sort of like we do the roads. Because when you start making up accounts in our software for every single roof you do, kind of gets kind of cumbersome. So we put it under one, similar to the roof and similar to the roads. And if we have to do sub ones under there for different projects, we can. But the funding is all one amount.
And just two more questions. One is, has the town hall budget or accounting process been closed out? And if not, when might it be? And what does that echo or reflect any monies that we owe or to come back or?
We haven't
In other words,
completed the town hall. building.
yeah, building committee, has that been closed out?
I just asked that same question last week.
Or is that, only because wouldn't that be as an account, just because we're talking about obviously budgeting and accounting, wouldn't that be finalizing and closing an accounting process?
Look up here under the building, these are the ones that, these are the
Right.
building, the top ones that kind of have the little stars, those are the ones that actually are under the building committee and have balances.
Okay,
There's not too much of them. There's the library one, which we're still expecting, Anna Reynolds, which is still open, which is still open. And the town hall has a slight amount. Just so you know, the majority of that is to go out for our final bonding. And then there's a little AV funds left that I yeah, take a look at.
my last question, I promise, is in terms of the general fund, and we may not want to get into this now because it may be more complicated, I don't know, or just for me complicated, which is the general fund balance. I may have referenced this before. It looks like from the cursory review I've had of what are the standard principles for how much we should have above and beyond a minimum, like 10% above. It looks to me like we have far above and beyond that. And it's,
We have approximately 18, so there's a page on it in your book.
I saw it.
We have approximately, I think, 18% of budget.
Exactly. And so my question,
But
for,
if you keep taking 2.5,
No, no, no.
2.9 every year, that's what the thing kind of shows you. You're gonna eat away, because we can't. My fear is the last 10 years, we've had a lot of surpluses from a lot of extra money thrown our way. That's gonna dry up.
no, I hear you.
That's
And I'm not
the-
advocating,
So, no,
we draw
that's
that
what I was
down.
trying to explain. Well, it's 18%, and I love it. It's healthy. We do use at least 2.5 a year to balance this budget. Million.
And my last question, and that, thank you, and for another time is, can I, or the council have, unless it's already in this book and I missed it, a specific accounting of when that is sitting there, is it utilized and how is that accounted for anything other than those drawdowns we do at the annual budget?
We can't touch it, so that reserve,
Yep.
unless I come to you guys.
So that's never fiddled with
Nope.
in any way, shape or form?
Nope.
Okay,
If I want to take out of the general fund, I gotta ask you guys. That's a special appropriation.
okay, that was all.
Which
Thank
I
you.
tend to never like to do.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
That's why we limited it to 2 times a year.
Right, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Any other questions, counselors, before we move on? All right, next is executive session under Connecticut General Statute 1-206 for personnel.
Can we take a 5-minute recess?
We can, so let's go into executive. We'll take a 5-minute and then begin.
Okay.
So we have a motion. Who would like to read that motion for me? Counselor Nagel.
Resolved that the Newington Town Council, in accordance with CGS number 1-206A, hereby moves to go into executive session and invites the town council members and the mayor to discuss a personal issue, town manager search.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Counselor Donahue. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We stand in executive session at 1:12. We will take a 5-minute break and we'll meet back.
Thank you, Janet, very much.
But how can we record this?
You are back in session.
We don't have to take a vote to get out of executive. We just come out.
You are back.
All right, we are back in our regular session and there is no action to be taken regarding the executive, so we move into public participation. Any member of the public may participate in the Zoom application. You can raise your hand in in the participants window, and on your phone, *9 will accomplish the same function. And I see Rose Lyons.
Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive, and I have been on the entire time. It's just it was very difficult to hear in the beginning. The audio was awful, and it wasn't Dave Nagel's hearing aids that was giving everybody else a problem at the other end if anybody else is watching. But to Mitch Page's question about the roofs, I understand that it's probably a cumbersome job, but I would think that it would be something that the council would want to know as to what was done. I know that Chris Miner asked a couple of years ago before he left that they be given a list of the projects that were completed. I myself reached out to Mr. Solomon and was asking about the American Legion roof and the siding and where the monies came from for that, and I was informed that some of it came from the town roof account and some of it came from the line item from a CIP account for the roof and siding replacement. So it was split up. So it's kind of like, I think somebody should have some kind of an accounting. I was pleased that I found out what I wanted to know, but I think the council should know as well. I'm glad to see the maintenance being done, don't get me wrong, but I think it needs to be out there for the public to see as well. And I want to thank Janet for explaining the 5-year long-range plan to me, because I always thought that that's the way it worked, only the first year was approved by the council. But I guess I misunderstood Keith Chapman when he said he was changing that around, that he wanted to make more of a solid commitment to the next 5 years. So the only thing I really see that's changed with the CIP is the way it's handled. Is there's no longer a subcommittee that the town manager brings the suggestions or his proposed budget to them, and then they vet those projects, and then they go to the town council. I am glad to see that the entire town council is weighing in on their questions as to what is being done and what isn't being done through the projects. I think we did go a little bit off track today with allowing Ms. Yap to speak about the Board of Education budget, which I don't think was appropriate, but probably you wanted to get it out there for her. It wasn't, I didn't see it on the agenda for today, and this was a special meeting. In any case, it was a long, drawn-out meeting, and I don't know about the rest of you, but in the future going forward, I would hope that you'd think about splitting it up and letting the CIP just be one meeting and the others come into the another meeting. Somebody mentioned the Owens report. I'd be interested to know where we're at with the Owens report and how much has been done for projects that they've suggested and who's next in line. Everybody wants a piece of the pie, but I've never myself read the Owens report, and I'd like to see what Owens thinks about it. As for the municipal parking lot, the pavilion there, that area was supposed to be a focal point when the municipal parking lot was renovated, and we took land by eminent domain to make room for that focal point. And right now, all I can see it doing during the winter time is being a storage area for picnic tables. It's probably more of an eyesore than the plastic toys in the park, in my opinion. I'm delighted to see that the South Branch of the Park River is being addressed, the dredging of it in the CIP. I'm disappointed that it's not the entire thing, or at least a good portion of it, because I've been watching that project since 1998, and as far as I know, the town of Newington, West Hartford, and Hartford were in talks with DEP and maybe even the feds, because they do an inspection of the Millbrook and Piper Brook, and I don't think the state's going to give us any money unless we start looking for monies for waterways instead of looking for money for pools. I don't see that there's any help in sight unless Newington comes up with the money itself. Mayor Delbuno, thanks for doing the research on the John Wallace and bus issue. I remember the MOU, and I think it was during the dirty word oil spill that the money came back to the town, and that's how they made their decision as to what they were going to do. I was racking my brain trying to figure out how they got their monies back. But in any case, I'm sure I'm running out of time. But NCTV has your previous meetings on, so I can't see the red bar. Thank you for your time and efforts, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Fiona York.
Hi, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Fiona York, 150 Dowd Street. My daughter is napping. I'm trying to not wake her up because then no one will be happy with that, I'm sure. So, good afternoon, Mayor and councilors. Thank you for the public time to speak. I'm a trustee on the library board. I'm also a librarian, a parent, and a Newington resident. I'm speaking today in support of the budget that was presented, as specifically the reinstatement of the funded role for the teen librarian. I did email the council last year when the budget came up about funding the teen librarian position. Last year was specific to, sort of the detrimental state of our teens in the post-pandemic era. I believe, of course, that the teen librarian role should always be funded. But I do think that, again, this year, it's sort of detrimental to our teens that we don't have that position funded at the moment. Lisa Masson spoke at length about this as well. Parents in our community are asking for some more programming that would help support the tweens, which is the ages 8 to 12. Our library staff is stretched thin with trying to support programming for that. And additionally, I think that, and again, I know this was mentioned already, but the teen librarian would really also be able to help support the public school library media specialists and work in collaboration with that. The building these relationships, a teen librarian with expertise who can build these relationships, create programming, build out our teen collection, and be an engaged and energetic member of our library community is very, very important to me as a librarian, a parent, and a board member. Additionally, I do want to add, I don't know, of course, what the job description looks like, but I know that the salary was mentioned earlier in the meeting. And I do want to add that typically teen librarians do have their master's degree. And I believe it was Mayor who said that what the salary range is right now is that's pretty good bang for our buck. And I would agree with you there on that as far as what the teen librarian would add to our town. Lastly, our tax dollars are currently helping to fund the young adult, teen collection books and other parts of the collection, as well as programming. And I think that ultimately there's less usage of those of the collection and the programming because we don't have a dedicated employee. So I actually think that if we fully fund the teen librarian, that'll help facilitate the resources that we are already investing in, which would then ultimately get us more value for the resources that we're already spending tax dollars on. And that's all I have today. I just want to thank you again for the time. And I really hope you all, it did sound like you were supportive of funding this position again. And I really hope that you all approve that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, I do not see any other hands up, so we will move on to remarks by counselors. Counselor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll keep it brief. I know we've had some discussion recently about our pools in town and the condition of the pools, and I look forward to more discussion. I hope we'll have some on Tuesday. In life, there are things that are urgent and there are things that are important, and there are things that are urgent and important. And I think the pools are urgent and important. I believe 2 years ago, the building committee there presented to this body. I don't think we've heard from them since. And I still would like to hear the facts, not any, everybody has an opinion and everybody has a right to an opinion. And the leadership of the Park and Rec have a right to an opinion. They should express that opinion. I'm just looking for the financial facts, the engineering facts, and the reality on the ground, and what's a common sense approach and in the best interest of our taxpayers. My fear is that if we continue, there'll be public safety risk. And my fear is that the cost, as you all know, we just got through discussing it, year over year, will increase our cost to the taxpayer by hundreds of thousands of dollars if we don't act on what I think is urgent and important. And I respect Mayor pointing out and others online, of course, about the process. We need to respect the process, but let's not use the process as an impediment to once again kick this down the road for another 10 years, have it cost us twice as much and potentially put our families at risk. So I appreciate the time, and let's keep talking about this and maybe get it done. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Councilor Menke?
Just to Mrs. Lyons' comments about having this a long day. I appreciate it's a long day, and I appreciate us all standing, we're sitting through this. When I first joined the council, it was not a long day, but it was 3 nights a week, and that got to be pretty old pretty fast. If you had, so you did one department that day, one department the next day, and so I prefer this method of spending. I'd rather give up one Saturday or most of one Saturday and get it all done rather than 2-3 nights a week and trying to get it done, because that was just brutal. And so I do appreciate it's longer and it takes a little longer to get this all go through the book, but once I get into flow of things, I kind of get the hang of it better, and so I appreciate the fact that we were able to do this. And I appreciate James and Janet providing the information and providing it in such a concise way that even I can understand it. I think now we have our jobs to do of reviewing it, but I think I appreciate the fact that we got this done. And I promise to raise my hand better.
Any other Councilor Donahue?
Just, Mitch, we are scheduling a pool committee meeting. The problem is there were public participants in the meeting. We have to contact them to make sure that they still want to serve. So I'm in communication with Lauren? No, Fauna. No, Lauren. So that hopefully will get scheduled pretty soon.
All right. I don't see any other hands up. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved, seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We stand adjourned. We stand adjourned at 1:49 PM.